everyone, and welcome to the AIXR 7th International VR Awards pre-show brought to you by EngageWorks. I'm Mookie Culhan, Chief Innovation Officer of Mookie International and the new UK Ambassador of Women in Immersive Tech. Super excited to be here as your host this evening, and I'm super thrilled to guide you through the unfolding spectacle of tonight's celebration. So, we're about to dive into the heart of virtual reality. It's a realm where imagination meets innovation, and this pre-show is your front row seat to the bleeding edge of VR, where we're going to spotlight the achievements of our finalists and the seismic impacts they've had on our industry. And tonight, we're not just about celebrating the technological breakthroughs, we're also going to honor the dreamers, the creators, the builders, everyone who's stretched the bounds of what is possible with this amazing tech. So, we're going to count down to the main event. We're going to gear up to our prime excitement, get the curiosity building, because this is just the beginning of an electrifying journey in the next hour or so, where we're going to dive into the wonders of VR, chat to our panel, get the expert insight, and get you revved up. So let's see what's in store for tonight. So here we are back at the AIXR 7th International VR Awards, and let me tell you, this is much your night as it is ours. So this is where we share the magic and where the VR comes to life, and we get to really unpack some of these topics that are so important to the industry. But we really want to know, who are your big winners tonight? What's your pick? What have you seen in VR that's really wowed you? And what's been making you so excited? Maybe wow, maybe wowzers, we don't know. But we're all ears here, so get the comments into the live stream, into the YouTube chat, get buzzing on Twitter or X, or what are we calling it now? X, let's just go X. Throw in that hashtag VRA23 and follow us on the VR, @VR Awards, and get captioning. Tell us your favorite moments, what's caught your ears and what's caught your eyes, and everything else in between. So we're gonna be sharing these moments from all the best comments directly onto the live stream and resharing them back onto the Twitter X too. So now, without further ado, I'm super excited to introduce to you our esteemed guest for this evening's pre-show. So let's roll VT and get to know our panelists.
Hey, I'm Rafi. I'm the co-founder of Falcon & Storm, a story studio in the media and entertainment sector. We develop character-driven stories for animation and VR, and XR and VR creation tools are kind of part and parcel of everything we do, from ideation to visual design through to the actual finished piece. VR tools are ever present. I got into this space because I was making VR experiences with game engines using a keyboard and mouse on the desktop, and I would periodically put on a VR headset to check, and I would find everything was out of scale and it just didn't work in space. So that's when I adopted VR as a productivity tool, and I've never looked back. I'm so excited to be here to talk about all these amazing projects and nominees with some fantastic people in the industry. So best of luck, everyone.
Hello, I'm Siobhan from Singer Studios, where we make films, podcasts, documentaries, and interactive games. I'm the head of the interactive over there, and we specialise in telling untold stories using cinematic visuals to tell characters from history that not many people know about. We're working on a massive title at the moment that releases early next year called Pirate Queen, voiced by Lucy Liu. I first got into the XR space because it allows us to go into worlds, experience games. It's a technology that really lets us experience things that we wouldn't otherwise be able to do. And I'm really excited about all the nominations and the companies and projects that are here, and have a good old goss with the rest of the panel and see what's what.
Hi there, Bashar Simitçi from Born Immersive. I'm the head of development there, and we do build a software platform that enables companies to conduct VR trainings in their training processes. I have been working building VR applications for the last 5 years, and finally found myself on the more engineering side of things. And I'm very excited to be part of this panel and the opportunity to have a chat with my esteemed colleagues in the industry. I'm especially interested in discussing more about the training category, enterprise category, and the hardware category. They are close to my heart and close to what I'm working on.
Hello, my name is Luke Franks. I'm a presenter and content creator, mainly from the entertainment space is my history. So I worked for BBC and Sky and ITV and various other people. I shifted into kind of the VR and XR space over the last 5 years or so. I host a podcast called Welcome to the Metaverse, where we speak to lots of great minds in this space, which has been a lot of fun. There are so many amazing, very well-deserving nominees, so we're going to have a lot of fun at this pre-show. We're going to talk about all the different areas of VR. It's an exciting time to be in this space for sure. So yeah, enjoy the night, have a great one, and let's get into the pre-show.
Hey everyone, my name is Mookie Callahan. Hello again. I am the Chief Innovation Officer of Mookie International, the UK Ambassador for Women in Immersive Tech, and the Innovation Lead for the IBC Accelerators. I'm also your trusted host for the AIXR 7th International VR Awards. And we're super excited to bring you this pre-show tonight, leading up to the Live Awards, live in Rotterdam in the Netherlands. The verticals of my business in VR primarily lie around broadcast engineering and the convergence of new technologies and emerging technologies, especially around XR, VR, AR, spatial audio, and the likes. What excites me most about this business and the industry that we're in is that it's ever-changing. We're on a major tipping point constantly, and we're always learning new things. It's an amazing community that we've built together. That's global support, and we're learning from each other all the time and really supporting each other, and that's what's great about it. Come into the Mookieverse. Come on in. Are we ready? So now it's time to shine a light on VR's remarkable influence beyond the realm of entertainment. So as you may or may not know, the VR Awards celebrates everything from healthcare to entertainment, which is why we're going to take a little moment to reflect on the pioneers of healing and learning. The importance of this is that VR transcends gaming and fun. Of course, we all know that, but it's also a force that's really, really redefining care and education. Tonight is also about the innovators leading this charge. And we've got finalists within this category who've really, really propelled VR into healthcare, education, and way beyond that, creating experiences that don't just entertain. We know that they're making a difference within the industry and with individuals altogether too. So I'm going to turn to our disruptors among us, our esteemed panel, and I'm keen to hear your stories. We got a lot to cover in this hour before we kick straight into it. So what's been kind of around the broader topics and what's been seen in this in the industry, and especially within VR and healthcare. And Rafi, I want to start with you because you're sitting closest to me, making eye contact. Hello.
Hello, Mookie. Nice to be here. I mean, it's such an exciting space. Yeah, you're right. Gaming gets talked about all the time, and even in enterprise, you're seeing a lot of utility sort of come up with the spatial formats. One of the projects that I've been working on takes the opportunity of presence that we all know is so powerful in VR and really puts it to use to help patients escape the kind of treatments that they go through in long-term care in hospitals. The one that we're working on is with children's wards, and VR for me is such a great opportunity to take you to a magical, wondrous place People use it to transport you to very real locations to broaden your understanding of what's happening around the world, and that's amazing as well. I've been using it to take people to sort of magical, fantastical lands so they can escape from something that is perhaps, a stressful situation. So that's what I'm seeing in the healthcare space is really exciting at the moment. What about you guys?
Well, I was going to say, coming away from sort of the fantastical and mythical spaces is actually some of the spaces that the nominees are bringing us into are very real worlds into, surgery. Into operating theatres, and some of the level of
training other surgeons.
Absolutely, particularly from afar. So you have a proctor surgeon. Maybe one example is between Paris and Myanmar, for example, and you have over 8,000 kilometres apart, and someone is guiding one surgeon to do an operation that far apart is incredible. So actually, stepping out of sort of the mythical into the very real and using it for kind of healthcare, medical, particularly haptics when we're using the controllers where we're really precision detailed. Like it's phenomenal, the stuff that we're doing now compared to where we started, and kind of, first person ethnography studies, realizing that actually learning in this way is really valuable in VR particularly.
We've seen that trajectory grow so much in the space of virtual reality and healthcare, and besides training, like what's been catching your eye?
It's nice as well. It's such a clear, amazing use case that when technology moves so fast, and you talk to friends and people who aren't maybe working in this industry, you can speak about this category, and instantly they can understand why VR is an important, amazing technology. And you covered loads of good stuff there. And then we were talking about mental health earlier as well. And it's being used for people maybe who've gone through PTSD or have anxiety or phobias, and with exposure training where they might be able to simulate something that they are trying to get exposure to in a controlled way, so that they can kind of enjoy the real world more or deal with that problem. So it's so amazing in so many ways. So it's good one to start with.
And it's a really great point to bring up that healthcare encompasses more than just medical training, or more than just one specific type of health vertical in the industry. Have you seen what, especially with an engineering
actually,
eye?
I have worked on, for example, one like a mental health related application, which ties into what you said, perhaps, Rafi. It's about like being able to create fantastic, maybe mythical places, right? So the medium gives us the ability to create a safe space, right? So like I'm no expert, of course, but like mental troubles, or if I'm going through some mental trouble, I may be finding it hard to find a safe space, right? So ability to take I'm going to say user there to a place where they can feel safe can enable the process, the healing process, or maybe the recognition process, all those things. And in that application, and the reception that we had, for example, for an application called Forces of Resilience, it was about mental resilience. We had great reception in terms of that when people often said that it enabled them to unlock certain things in them. So definitely the medium helps that.
Exactly, and kind of folding over with the topics in this section around healthcare, education, training, enterprise, kind of shifting over into the educational elements. I know Rafi, an animator by trade and also executive producer, and so watching this space, like the nominees that are nominated in this category, especially around education and training, where have you seen the technology shift kind of in that tech for good kind of?
That's a great question. We learn, all of us learn in different ways. Like the most powerful thing that helps me learn something was going to be different for every one of us here. Some people respond really well to video training, but something that has become really evident with VR is that it's kind of like video training, but 100x, because it's the thing we talk about as VR creators or XR creators. There's an element of embodiment, there's a sense of place that you have, and there are more cues for you to link the learning to. More, with video, it's kind of a few visual cues and maybe a time-based cues, but if you're in a sixed-off environment, you've got many other sort of data points around you to help you retain the information you're getting. The way we would learn in real life, if you're learning a craft or a skill where there's a physical activity involved, there's so many other things that get attached to the skill that you're learning that help you retain it. So VR is a really good emulation of that real-world learning.
Yeah.
And
I mean, interact and apply things, like rather than being a passive viewer of video, right? So that surely adds into it, I believe.
I should imagine, yeah.
And gaming plays a big part in education.
Well, I was going to say there's also part of doing it, you know, the interactivity and sort of the autonomy that we're giving people when they're in headset. And also, as you say, Rafi, kind of the neural pathways that we're tapping into when we're doing this person perspective interactions. And I think an interesting report recently was talking about people who are trained through XR and these mediums are actually 246% more confident in the tasks that they have learned than in a classroom. And also you can repeat things that might be, you know, quite costly to repeat. You can do things that are not safe. You can do things that are at height. Talk about things at height. I'm just thinking about HTC have just sent out some headsets to the ISS space station.
Right.
I don't know if it's education. It may be well-being that the astronauts, you know, they need a dose of, you know, reality, some VR.
Or just
I love it.
Or just escapism, right?
Maybe, exactly.
Escapism. I need to get out of this.
Inside
Totally agree.
And they could just like be having that beer we've been talking about, which will have at the award show very, very soon.
Yeah.
So I mean,
They might wanna go soon.
Exactly, but I think that's you know, showing like where are those boundaries of education, because they kind of don't end, and the training that folds into that like comes into play. And you must be, I mean, Luke, you must be finding so much, especially, you know, within your really super awesome podcast. We've heard on the VT where your background lies in. So
education is such an awesome one as well, because it's so, I've got, you know, teachers in the family. Obviously they do amazing work as it is, but it's kind of like it's a bit of an easier sell as one of the categories of VR, because it's kind of ripe for disruption. Like the school system maybe hasn't changed loads, and we're seeing a lot of technological innovation this decade and what's to come. And, you know, and obviously we all know this, but to sit in the classroom and to go on those virtual field trips or whatever is an easy sell for kids, and that work is going in now, and that stuff is amazing. Like I said before, it'll be a category that is going to be massively interesting.
To watch.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, one to watch in there. Yeah, I mean, so kind of covering a little bit of the enterprise section now too. You know, before we were here in the studio, we were kind of like chatting how far that enterprise does span. You know, that is from engineering to that gaming sector there too. I mean, where are you seeing this space develop and kind of thrive?
I think use cases are endless. I mean, for VR especially, well, both for VR and AR. AR especially in operations, but when we're thinking about VR, again, like training and enterprise, like there's a great match there. Thinking about, like, say, imagine, for example, a manufacturing company, right? So, and they might have these huge machines, and to train people, they may need to shut down the plant, which is not good for business. So, like now, this medium creates this opportunity to do things that are otherwise either very costly or downright impossible. So, this creates a huge interest in VR applications in enterprise, and the nominees in both the training and the enterprise category, we're seeing, like the enterprise category, we're seeing them as enablers of adoption of VR applications.
That's such a great phrase.
Yeah. And the training category, healthcare category, they are the builders of those things, and the technology companies that provide solutions and applications that help along this adoption will, it's a benefit for the entire space, I think.
Yeah. Is there anything that's excited you, especially just about, we need hours to cover all of the nominees and all of these categories too. So we're kind of keeping things a bit broad and wide just to kind of focus in on things. But especially, again, from an engineering perspective, are there things that you are looking forward to seeing be honored tonight, especially in the, as far as like where the tech meets the enterprise?
It's it's hard for me to pick one, and I feel like I shouldn't.
No, I'm not asking that.
But yeah, like in enterprise category, we're seeing companies again like providing these solutions that help enterprises build applications, right? Or help the applications integrate into their processes, which is the key point, I suppose, because like when you're at the enterprise, like you need to think about the end-to-end processes. So it's not just about buying an application and some people using it. You need to think about the measurement of it, and I don't know, the reports, how it, like even how it integrates to your other software applications. So seeing that companies are working in this area is very exciting for me, especially coming from an engineering background, process management background. It's like this being increasing in numbers also helps like the company that I've worked for, all the companies across the entire scene, but especially companies like the one that I've worked for.
I think in addition to training, another really exciting thing for enterprise is how the adoption of digital twinning as a process to save on a lot of the iteration and the errors that you get when you build stuff in the real world. That being complemented by VR technologies is a really exciting combination, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that develops over the coming years. But it also makes me think about what other ways can VR start adding value to industries where you can essentially rehearse and explore in a meaningful way a physical manifestation of an idea, but do it with the comfort of an undo button and a virtual iteration to get into before you get
like some I saw a drone racing project that was training the physical drones on virtual simulations. They were able to get the data. They rebuilt a physical room, did it VR, and then were training the drone to race on the track, and then released it into the real simulation. You start thinking about, okay, that's getting really interesting. And the final point I was going to talk about was like accessibility as well is the other amazing thing. You think about this next generation coming up, and they're starting here where they're going to be able to go to these simulations and learn wherever they want. And I think that's a really exciting thing for the next generation. Like, what an amazing time to be coming into VR if you're coming up and coming into this industry, and this is your starting point. So it's cool.
And the accessibility issue is something that now we do talk about so much more in our worlds of VR and production, and but even thinking about those digital twins and the resolution and the pixel resolution, and thinking about the end user. So let's talk about that. Who are the end users in these categories? I mean,
I think that some of the projects and the nominees that we've seen in being nominated highlight a lot of the pain points that you associate in the enterprise environment. We're at a point now where we can really throw some of those preconceived ideas out because of what this technology offers. The process of the different enterprise use cases.
Well, I like your point earlier about a digital twinning, but also how we can have, I suppose, the iteration process. Can we streamline this? Can we build it without the pain points of having to redo it all again? And obviously, we make cinematic visuals in gameplay, so you step into these whole story worlds. Well, if we can do that in a virtual environment, in a 3D environment that obviously the player is going to be, but we can do that without, at the touch of a button, resetting it, the iterative process is just sped up hugely. And I mean, that's just in sort of a creative medium. I can't even imagine what it might be like in totally. If you're building a car and you need to play with the touch and the engineering parts.
Imagine for your group, it's essential because your output medium is an immersive experience.
Totally.
So as soon as possible, you've got to get into prototyping and storyboarding spatially, so you can work out all those things on scale and proximity. And even if your execution isn't going to be VR at the end of the day, if it's something like manufacturing or what have you, there are still spatial challenges and proportions that you should work out.
Like a use case that comes to mind is design review, which is akin to what you said perhaps but like imagine you're designing an engine or like a very big thing, right? And then you have CAD models and whatnot. Now how do you see this, or how do you see this as a group? Like the natural medium is VR, so you jump into this VR session and have a look at it all together. The design, because it's not realized yet. One thing perhaps I don't know how much time is left, but like you mentioned automotive. So what they used to do and still do, is like clay models of new cars, right? So this is costly and like a very hard process now.
Hop into Gravity Sketch and
totally.
sketch it out.
Exactly. And luckily, all of this is connected with the tools and techniques that we're going to be talking about in all the categories, this and more. Thank you for that part one of the discussion, my lovely, lovely panel here. And we're only just scratching the surface tonight, like I said. So stay with us. Keep the chat coming in. Keep your comments coming in. We're going to continue to explore these transformative stories in the world of VR.
You know, we've got a lot in common, you and me. We've both been alone out here for God knows how long. When we find fucking Patient Zero and we chop him up to carry with us, it won't undo what he did, but damn, it's gonna feel fucking good to get some justice. He must be the guy who bit him. Biker. He's Patient Zero. God, all this damn walking. Well, for Patient Zero, like he hasn't made me suffer enough, you know? Patient Zero, asshole motherfucker, I'm gonna fuck you up. Oh, let's get this party going! Heads up, Fred! Kaboom! Just stay with me, stay with me. It's gonna be okay, bud. It's gonna be okay. Ah, shit! Barbecue time, baby! Blah, 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 blah.
Hi everyone, I'm Don from VR Gamer Dude, and congrats to everyone who was nominated for VR Content Creator of the Year. You guys are doing great work and you're killing it every day, and I can't wait to see who takes home that prize. Good luck.
Hey everybody, I'm VR Central. Thank you so much to all of the amazing VR creators bringing more and more awareness to the VR space, and thank you to the incredible VR studios that are building VR hardware and software, making all of this possible. I hope that all of you enjoy the awards and show your support to the phenomenal people making VR happen.
Hi, it's Jasmine from VR with Jasmine. I just want to say good luck to all the finalists, and you all do so much for the AR and VR industry, so thank you and good luck.
Hey everyone, it's Todd from QTC VR Gamer, and I just wanted to wish everyone from Beardo Banjo to VR Oasis the best of luck at this year's 2023 VR Awards for Content Creator of the Year.
Alright guys, Tigress here. A bunch of my really good friends are finalists in the VR Awards for VR Content Creator of the Year. I literally can't decide who I want to win, but I just wanted to wish them all good luck, and I'll be here cheering them on in the background.
What is up everybody, it's Gecko, and I'm just here to show my love and my support for all the creators up here going for Content Creator of the Year. Sorry, VR Content Creator of the Year. I can't wait to see who wins personally. Yeah, I'm just here to show my support, and I'll catch you guys later.
TDVR Gaming here. I just want to give a special shout out to my creator friends VR with Jasmine and Bearded Benjo. Hope you win, buddy. And a big shout to the #1 game, Ghost of Tabor.
Hey VR Awards, Substatica here. I'd like to wish all the nominees good luck, and to remind everyone to take a moment and appreciate not only this night of celebrating excellence, but also this amazing community and the era of innovation that we're lucky to be living in. Thank you to all of you for your varied contributions, and I'll see you in another reality.
Hey guys, Style Snail here, wishing luck to all of the VR creators in the 7th International VR Awards. Look at all these creators with their awesome stuff in our awesome little niche. And also good luck to all the other groups, small projects, and companies in all of the other awards that are going on.
Hey yo, Sovox here. I just want to say congratulations to all those who are nominated for VR Content Creator of the Year. It's amazing to see so many of my friends and so many creative people on this list. So please continue doing what you're doing, bringing new people into the virtual world, and congratulations on your nomination.
Hey there, this is Skiva with Between Realities, and I am here to wish all my friends in the VR Content Creator of the Year category the best of luck in tonight's awards. I also want to say thank you to everyone in the VR industry for helping make this awesome technology a reality. Thanks again, and I'll see you between realities.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. My name's Samson from the Let's Talk Oculus podcast. You must be enjoying the VR awards with me. Good luck to all the creators out there. And long live VR.
Hey everyone, this is D Scruffles from the Rough Talk VR podcast. Congratulations to everybody nominated today. Win or lose, even just being nominated for an award here today is huge. So good luck to everyone and be proud.
The energy is eclectic here at the AIXR 7th International VR Awards pre-show. And yes, we get some whooping. Whoop, whoop, whoop. We're coming to you live from the Flux Innovation Lounge, home of the new, powered by EngageWorks, right here in beautiful Greenwich in London, my neck of the woods. So we're also counting down the minutes into the live ceremony, and we know everybody's buzzing back in Rotterdam, so let's keep the comments rolling in, keep the live stream rolling, amp up this global conversation on X at hashtag VRA23, and make sure to follow at VR Awards for the latest updates. Okay, we're gonna shift gears just a teeny tiny little bit at the next segment, Agents of Change, right? This is where we spotlight those game changers who have really used virtual reality to make a tangible difference, thinking about those newcomers disrupting the status quo, the visionaries really reimagining the scope of the VR enterprise, and the immersive location-based experiences that are redefining our downtime. We're talking VR social impact, the rising VR company, innovative VR firm, and the location-based entertainment of the year. Right, let's get stuck into this one, ladies and gentlemen. So the social impact of the year, rising VR company of the year, innovative VR company of the year, LBE Entertainment. Lots to cover here in a little short space of time. Where should we begin? I got some nodding heads here from you, Basham.
Yeah. Social impact, I think, is one of the areas that this medium can shine and does shine. Like, I mean, have a little look at, having had a look at the some of the nominees. One thing, for example, I can't help but say, like, which because I thought about it, is there was this one about Martin Luther King, right? So this is, so good. I find it important because, like, that made me thinking, okay, so this is taking me back in time, right? And I find it important because, like, for the people who were not alive back then, so the things that had happened before our time, they're like fairy tales, right? So they're myths. Now, like, being able to see them up close, being able to live through them and experience them, like, that makes us, that makes those events like real things to us. And then we can start thinking about, okay, those events, they can happen. I can make them happen. So now that is how, we can explain what being an activist mean, like, or like give this idea to people that they have agency in change, impacting the world around them. So this is, I think, like, this very, very, very powerful thing that this medium can do.
Yeah, that project I thought was so well written because, well, for me, for a number of things, even though it was talking about a very specific movement in the US, in a specific country at a particular time, the way it's written, it felt like whatever era you come from, even today, there was an access point to, whether it's about housing or voting or your political awareness, and whatever part of the world you're in, I found it remarkably, like, accessible. So you didn't have to see it just through the lens of US politics or US history and the civil rights movement there, but you could actually look at it through contemporary eyes wherever you are today. I'm in Britain, and I could absolutely see parallels. On one hand, sad that we can still see parallels, but on the other hand, very positive that we can form that connection with something that was such a huge sea of change in a country that, as you say, was way before any of us were born. So it was really powerful.
And, like, there's those big events that we can go, relive to a certain degree, but then there's also really individual experiences as well that we see as well. Body of Mine is one of them, and we've seen in the past as well things like Notes on Blindness, going through a story of somebody losing their sight and replicating that in VR are such powerful individual things that bring people together, things that you could just never experience, things that passively watching just wouldn't quite cut it. It's a really amazing category. It's really exciting category. It's so powerful as a new medium, really. I'm so excited, I think, for this area because it's impossible not to be affected by a lot of these experiences, which is cool.
Yeah. What does social impact mean?
I was going to say, it's huge, and what we've all touched on really is perspective shaping, and part of the Martin Luther King piece was, and they did it very cleverly, and you're absolutely right with the writing, was they took the story, but then you played games that, as an individual, they're like, okay, let me just explain this to you. In case this isn't like your first person perspective of your lived reality, let me make this land with you in a way that you might get this. And so that way of getting audiences to really connect and help shape their perspective of something that they otherwise would not be able to see because they've been built or live with a lens that does not have that prejudice built in, was the power, I think, of that piece, and also what the power of VR does is to put us in that person's shoes.
Absolutely.
And we can really feel the intimidation when the police officer comes to the window, and you can feel the frustration of playing a game and not being able to win and having the cards stacked against you. Yeah. And you get to see with the body of mind, you really get to feel that I've never thought of every single individual part of my body in such a detailed way and how I'm put together, and it really shapes my perspective or changed my perspective on how I relate to my body.
I think that form of like the empathy, the connection, that human connection is applicable to all the nominees in this category for social impact, because I think it does what it says on the tin. It's making an impact in our social world and our, the change, and thinking about the, those individuals as well. So I mean, kind of like looking over into innovation and Rising VR Award. So let's chop this in half. So the Rising VR Award, we know that this is a category for these folks that have been working so hard, especially during the pandemic. We all know this. So it's like we've been persevering, finding that space, finding our audiences, and finding our voices. Coming from indie productions, like we can all chip in here, I think. What does it mean to be working so hard and finally getting some recognition, even as a nominee?
I think it's really exciting that some of the nominees and the projects are the way that they are taking some of their projects or the companies that they're building in through a modern lens in terms of what does the future world need. And it's like, okay, we're going to build games, for example, one nominee, we're going to build games that actually increase your well-being and increase your health and tap into the things that feel good as a human. And so having that kind of, I guess, future-proofing, but also really grounded, feel-good approach to what they're making in the world coming out the back of the pandemic feels really inspiring.
It's probably the most important one to support, right? Like cheesy statement, but like we're all in industry together, everyone's competing in a way, but yes, also like we all want this medium and this industry.
We should just make it one category and then that's it.
Yeah, it's like, if you're an Indian, you're grinding every day, and we probably all know exactly what that feels like, and you kind of, sometimes it's heavily stacked against you, like if anything, they're the ones to support the most and really recognise. And
right on.
So yeah, here's to a really important category, of course.
Yeah.
It's kind of opposite of gatekeeping. Like
everyone,
okay, so like we're recognizing everyone coming into the scene,
and
doing good work. That's important.
Exactly, and kind of moving over into the innovation category. I mean, we know innovation doesn't stop. Innovation also means different things to different people. Maybe we can kind of cover this from a storytelling point of view, from that technology point of view, from a, the audience point of view. So. Jumping in first, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, if I think about some of the companies that we're seeing being nominated for, a rising star in this space, it's not always about getting the most advanced tech and marrying it with VR. Sometimes it's about using the tech that we've come to understand over the past few years in an interesting way, or not trying to reinvent the wheel, but just using it in a very powerful way. If I can go back to the social change thing for a moment, something that stuck out to me and re-educated me on the medium a little bit was, I think it was the Arctic impact piece, I think that used 360 photos and video to communicate the idea. And as a creator, I've long ignored anything that wasn't a 6DoF execution in the kind of ideas that I come up with. I would only do 6DoF. But here you have something that's incredibly affecting, and it was well chosen because it's talking about what's happening in the world. And I appreciate it wasn't didactic. It was really just showing what has been happening with the climate change affecting specific areas of the world. And it's using what all of us would probably say is probably not the most cutting edge piece of VR, which is, okay, 360 video, there's no interactivity or anything like that. But it was incredibly effective because you want to see the real place. So that's an example of you don't have to reinvent the wheel, you just use it in a smart way and it becomes a very innovative piece. Likewise with Flipside Studios, who are using the simple concept of puppeting something in real time with VR tools, with VR controllers, which we do all the time with games, but they're using it there for communication and entertainment and making it really accessible, basically creating an immersive puppet show. Yeah.
I always think about that from the consumer side of how can you, in a non-patronizing way, handhold a new audience in. And like flip sides, yeah, that's an interesting example because you're using the power of VR, but also you can consume it like on YouTube or wherever, Twitch, in a way that where people are and in a way they recognize as well. And I think that's really interesting. And more broadly, even with mixed reality stuff, I just notice it with my friends who aren't deeply in this industry. Like it's been a nice way to show them how to step into a world without isolating them first, and then once they kind of like that and they come in, and then you show them some amazing VR experiences they're in, and it's like, it's interesting, but just watching that develop in real time. It's,
yeah. There's an area of inclusiveness about that as well too, because some VR can be on your desktop. A lot of people forget about that too, so go ahead, Rafi.
I was just going to say, it just reminded me that on this same subject, we were talking about surgeons collaborating remotely. Multiplayer gaming has been around for a couple of decades. We just take it as, whatever, it's old tech. That tech stack has been around forever. It's just constantly refined and it's real time and everything's great in gaming. But for something like surgery and all that, it is a really innovative use of that tech stack because of what it means for that particular sector.
Yeah, no, I was thinking along the same lines as as in the conversation, like innovation. What's innovation? So it's like taking what's already there and using it in a way that we're not accustomed to, or in a way that's not staring at us in the face, right? So like when an average person, or like when most of the people who are just entering or this medium can think of it as like, I go to space and I don't know, like I have an avatar, I can do this. I mean, the avatar, the others are seeing my avatar, I have my hands and whatever. But then like pushing the capabilities so that that we find out new ways of conveying information or feelings. That's what I think the innovation is about in this space, and it is not very well known by any of us. I think, like by it I mean like the limits, what we can do. This is something that all of us collectively are understanding and learning more about as well. Like can I do, I don't know, like some tricks with point of view, or like when the user is looking this way, can I do something else in here, so that to enhance my storytelling or conveying of feelings or conveying of information or things like this.
Exactly, and all of that is a really great segue into location, the LBE entertainment category, LBE location-based entertainment, something very close to my heart. And throughout my career trajectory, working with lots of you guys here, knowing that like where can experience be best, sometimes with actual humans in a location-based environment. So thinking about the beginning of like arcades and amusement parks, another 150-year-old amusement park. We just got back from AWE in Vienna, so you see like the Preshow and all these. We go there to be entertained, and you get the excitement from that group feeling in person, and we've seen the rise of the sandbox VR and things like that. Park Playground, I know, are nominated. They've been really persevering, especially during lockdown in Belgium, to be building these games and arcades that are multiplayer, that you can get together with people. Like, where have you guys seen location-based entertainment thrive, especially accumulating around the dozen or so nominees that we've got? So.
I have to say, the In Pursuit of Repetitive Beats is
yeah.
just like, in terms of bringing to life a time in history, recent history, that you get there, you're spatially tracked, it's interactive, and it's very much, you feel connected, you feel the presence is unreal, and it's such a large space that you're in to do this, that it couldn't be anything, well, it may well be developed elsewhere, but it really feels good as an LBE.
Yes,
that you can step into that world.
And that's another example of a company that comes from a filmmaking background. I've known these guys for a while, and working with brands, making promos, connecting within the music industry and the brand environment. And it is about connecting with, building what excites you as a fan of entertainment. The E is entertainment, yeah.
Sensorium are another amazing company. I don't know if people know, they are nominated tonight, but they are working with some of the biggest DJs in the world to basically, bring amazing live events. And there's a few others doing similar stuff, but they've also integrated kind of the AI NPC stuff as well, and that's you can go and set your avatar off, and it will learn and report back to you what nights it went out to and all these things that are coming. But like,
without the hangover.
well, yeah, exactly,
It's easy.
But yeah, we were talking about the test of VR, about doing something you can't do and getting on that stage with that performer and seeing it from their point of view, and like triggering just things in the world that you just wouldn't be able to do, and it's additive to being there in person, isn't it? Of course, like that's probably the number one experience we want to have, but it's not just about replicating things, it's about opening up a world where you can do stuff that you just cannot do in the physical world, as we all know. But it's exciting.
And there's so much more to go, and I know we've only got about 30 seconds before we're wrapping up this section, but I'm looking to you thinking from like a hardware point of view, where we've seen the hardware and the kit change so much, and especially with connectivity and speed and 5G kicking in and things in cloud, and where do you think these experiences are going to be in like even a year from now? We come back in a year from now and start to
the location-based ones. You mean? Well, yeah, with the advancement of capabilities of hardware, like this, I'm taking it like also from a point of view of transforming the space, like location-based. Like there's a location, but now we're transforming it into being something else, right? So the more capabilities we have with either the wearables, like the device that the users put on, or the devices, even glasses, but also the other electronic hardware, like that haptics and whatnot, like that helps. Yeah.
Reviving someone, like if they've gone down in a game, like a zombie's got them, and you have to physically touch their shoulders to revive them. It's such a mad experience.
Yeah. So yeah.
Right, it makes us like, I want to go. Oh, well, let's all go to production. Let's all go get our backpackers on and just go to deep dive in. So thank you for this section. There's part 2 there. So much more to unpack. And again, there's so many amazing nominees. We're not able to like cover them all, but we're thinking of everybody in our hearts and wishing everyone so much great luck tonight. That didn't make sense, but we're going to move on. So every story we know that we're talking about today, we share and really reflects VR's adaptive nature and the potency to really inspire transformation. And you can hear our passion in our voices, hopefully. But these dialogues are merely the opening act. There's so much more on the horizon, and we encourage you to keep checking out virtual reality whenever you have a chance to, too. So we're gonna have a little bit of a break. We'll be back in a flish flash and ready to plunge further into the narrative of VR's finest. So keep yourselves linked in, keep the comments coming, and we'll see you in a moment.
Nick, watch out! Keep moving forward. Stay undercover. Use your parkour skills. If you want to survive, think like your enemy. Strike from the shadows.
Well, that's not how I imagined work at Sky Chase. Every day brings a new discovery.
This district is swarming with drones. Can you handle them?
Won't lie. Sometimes it's enjoyable. Even though it's not an easy job. And you get creative at Sky Chase. All the time. You want some? Death. Just another day at work.
Hey, I'm Reese the King. Just wanted to pop in and say good luck to all of my fellow content creators out there that are up for VR Content Creator of the Year. This list is big this year, and honestly, I'm so excited to see each and every one of you up there. VR wouldn't be the same without you, so keep up the good work, and of course, good luck.
Hello everyone, it's Otterworldly. I just wanted to congratulate all of the nominees for this year's VR Content Creator of the Year award. You all deserve it. You've done an amazing job spreading the awesomeness of VR. Wish I could be there to celebrate with you all, but I wish you all the best of luck.
What's going on, everybody at the VR Awards? It's me, Obscure Nerd VR, and I can't see you right now because my headset is turned off. I should have turned it on so I could see. What's going on? Big love to everybody at the VR Awards and all my friends in the VR Content Creator of the Year category. You're all brilliant. It's a good year for VR, and next year will probably be better based on the math I've done. Much love. See you next year, and peace be with you. I don't know why I did that. I thought it'd be cool. I can't see again.
Hey, this is Eric from Q2C VR Gamer. I'd like to wish all the finalists for Creator of the Year the best of luck, especially some of my favorites, Kaz and Sherry, Nacy, Mike VR Oasis, Nathy, and let's not forget, Mateo311. No, yeah, shout out to my boys at Combat Waffle Studios, and my vote for Game of the Year, Ghost of Tabor. Take it home, fellas.
Hey everybody, J-Bar here. Just want to say big congrats to all of you finalists at the VR Awards. Good luck out there. Remember to keep moving, and I hope to see you there one day. Cheers.
J-Brad here, and I just can't believe we're being mentioned during the International VR Awards. Thank you so much. Huge congratulations to everybody else that got mentioned. Big congratulations to the finalists. Good luck to all of you. And thank you to anybody out there who's ever tuned in or supported the VR community, because seriously, this is a dream come true. Thank you.
What's going on, everyone? My name is Daybreak, and I am here to wish the best of luck to my fellow VR content creators nominated for the Best VR Creator of 2023.
Hi guys, it's me, David. You've all put out amazing content this year that you should really be proud of. I've had the pleasure of meeting most of you in person, and I gotta say, you're all so passionate about it. It's great to see you succeed like this. Best of luck in all categories, but of course, I want to give a congratulations to whoever it is that's gonna win VR Content Creator of the Year. You got this. See you guys sometime soon.
Hey, Adam Bombardi here. Rooting for my girls Nazy, Fia, Cass and Sherry, and former F Reality podcast hosts Mike and Nathy. Also crossing my fingers for Skydance with Saints and Sinners Chapter 2. Good luck to all the nominees. Now it's back to zombie slaying for me. Peace.
Hey VR Awards, Dan from Playtest VR here, and one half of the Let's Talk Oculus podcast crew. I just want to wish a massive congratulations and best of luck to all the VR content creators who got nominated this year. You are doing the best work in trying to push this medium to mainstream. So good luck to everyone.
Hello everyone, Chubby here, now reporting for duty. I want to give a huge thank you for all the nominees at the ceremony because you are the heart and soul of VR. You enable idiots like me to play video games and yell at cameras for a living, so thank you for that. But extra special shout out to all my friends being nominated for the prestigious VR Creator of the Year award. Be sure to celebrate hard and to keep on inspiring the next generation of creators.
Hello everybody, I'm Shivi, a VR gaming content creator. I'm here to wish everyone good luck on the VR Content Creator of the Year. There's so many familiar faces this time around. I just wanted to say that I'm proud of you all.
Howdy y'all, Bethia here, and I just wanted to congratulate all the nominees for VR Content Creator of the Year. I am wishing you all the best of luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AIXR 7th International VR Awards pre-show. If you're just tuning in, no worries at all. You can always rewind and fast forward and put us on at a little different speed setting. But what's happening now is that we are in the middle of highlighting this year's stand-up moments in XR and gearing up for the main event live from Rotterdam, the Netherlands, EU. But don't stop the conversation. We really want to keep this live stream fired up. Keep your comments smashing in. Share your must-see moments. Let us know what you're doing right now. Give those shout-outs out on X, Twitter, using the hashtag VRA23, and also catch all the behind-the-scenes excitement by following at VR Awards. So we're now going to kind of switch the mood up just a little bit and turn our attention to the storytellers and visionaries of virtual reality. So just to kind of set the scene, this segment is about where we are deep diving into the enchantment of storytelling. I had to say it a little bit differently, meeting the audacity of dreams. We're casting a spotlight on the virtuosos of VR marketing, the cinematic pioneers venturing into this virtual territories, the experiences that are surpassing just mere immersion and blowing our minds, and the content creators who have used their voices to really set new benchmarks for innovation and creativity. So we're now going to deep dive into the VR marketing campaign, the VR film, VR experience, and the VR Content Creator of the Year awards. Hello, guests. Right. What you don't see during the break is us completely chatting away about all of these topics and more. And again, there's so many amazing nominees here that we just are not able to cover them. But what an exciting thing. Once upon a time, we were kind of all starting out in this industry within XR and virtual reality, and there was like about 10 projects and 10 groups, and now we have amazing categories and amazing award shows like this, and you know, where do we start from here too? So we were kind of covering around these topics around the marketing and film and experience, and talking about how much you know, marketing considering kind of like brand activation. What is happening within this space? So like, where have you guys seen this really have a tipping point, you know, especially after lockdown? We were talking about festivals, we were talking about brand activation. Like, what have you seen, Luke? Yeah.
Good point when we were chatting about marketing to newcomers and getting people into the space, and then also focusing on people who already have headsets and who already love this world. And so they're, you know, obviously very different things. But I did a cool kind of meta installation where they did a physical build. It was around The Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners, and Ghostbusters, The Rise of the Ghost Lord, I think. And it was interesting watching from a kind of consumer and a newcomer point of view, that people who probably didn't have a headset were walking past a billboard in the street that was physical. You go in, it was one of those, you know, live immersive theatre type things. As part of that, there was an experience with the new headset. And I just thought it's obviously they've got the budget to do those kind of things, but it was clever, and then it was a nice way to get people in, be like, oh, how good is it when you're immersed in a world? Oh, by the way, you can do that all the time when you're at home type thing. I think that was a cool public-facing one. Maybe
people were curious enough to go in.
For sure, yeah,
right?
yeah. And I think it was a nice way to kind of, break that fourth wall. Maybe I'd talk about Roblox coming to VR, I think is really interesting, but we mentioned about marketing in VR to people who already have headsets. It might be good to chat about.
Yeah. I think it's a new style that I think we need to adapt, because I think the VR audience is, when you're immersed, it's not a flat screen. You do want to touch and engage things, and it's interesting because it was a really slick, really seamless experience of Chanel in VR that was at Venice last year. Coco Chanel, and you get to go into the environment, and it's actually multi-sensory because you get to smell the perfumes and stuff. And I come away from that brand feeling like I had a really personal connection with that. I mean, that was a location-based piece. So, but there is I think we're kind of developing in the marketing space a new visual language for VR, and how best to target audiences. What do audiences really want to see and feel to connect with that brand? I mean, you're right, Miki, it's such an exciting space.
It's a massive tipping point that I've seen the last couple of years, and brand agencies and bigger agencies like now have like head of immersive.
Yes.
Head of, I'm not saying an M-verse word, but you know, head of immersive-y thing.
Yeah, well, yes, it's a visual language that they're developing, but encouragingly, what I've seen in the last 18 months is that it's actually an immersive language they're developing. So with the LVE stuff, the fact that they're realizing, particularly for that brand, for Chanel, that smells play a crucial part in their story. So that, of course, it's a perfect medium for them to combine, VR with for that whole immersive journey. The interesting thing about the Ghostbusters thing is it felt like, to me, it wasn't timed with any other activity from Sony Pictures who released the film. Like, it wasn't a tie-in with the feature film that came out a couple of years ago, and it's not a tie-in with a new product launch or an upcoming film. It felt like...
It's weird, it was a one-off, oddball kind of...
Well, yeah, you would think one-off, but actually it feels like, I'm hoping, it stands on its two. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping.
The brand is big enough.
It's indicative, perhaps, that the studios are seeing it as the medium is worth putting a lot of effort into, because it is something just like a video game would be, something worth doing in and of itself.
That's telling that you thought it should come out at the same time as something else, because
No,
you saw, or perhaps you expected it to be an extension.
Not because that's been the norm.
Yeah,
but I was pleased that
Okay.
it wasn't tied into a film.
Well, 'cause marketing traditionally is to promote something. You're marketing a product, a release, a brand, a podcast, anything that goes with that too. So I know that a lot of the nominees on our categories kind of mix between those two, the brand experience and here's a campaign, it's launching with this. You'll see something in store, launch a QR code. You know, go back home and experience this too. So I'm kind of like, you know, folding into the wider sense of the next big one, around filmmaking. So again, we've seen this grow so much, and kind of like where an Ozo was kind of capturing with 360 cameras into now immersive 180. And especially as the devices get a little bit more sophisticated and our connectivity gets a bit better and the resolution of these screens come into play. You know, how important is filmmaking in VR?
I mean, I was going to jump in and say visuals. Well, I was just going to say, obviously, yes, we do make cinematic-inspired VR pieces, and I've always loved Felix and Paul Studios. What's come out of them is stunning, and kind of their Space Extended piece is really, we touched on it already about things that you can't get to in VR, but the cinematic visuals, like having that, I know you were saying about 360 film earlier, actually when it's set up and written the right way and it feels incredible, I think when you have those kind of visuals immersively, I think it's a really, really powerful space for VR films to live.
That goes with the filmmaking, as we know, coming from, you know, production and creative and broadcasting. You know, we've seen the cameras change so much, and the way you can capture an environment with drones and you know, super high-powered lenses that are coming from Zeiss and Arri.
And 3D scanning are finding its way into this stuff from a production point of view.
So good movement.
What I realized with that 360 piece, the Arctic piece, is that there's room for all of it, all these different elements. In the past, I was snobbish about, well, it's got to be sixed off or go home.
Please make a T-shirt.
But the 360 thing really made me. But the 360 piece really made me go, you know, hang on, don't throw you know, there's room for all of it. You know, embrace everything. Don't replace anything. Just pick according to the story you want to tell.
Embrace, don't replace. That's another T-shirt. He's full of that. Do you work in marketing?
I was just going to say story. That's exactly it. Yeah. It's the story that you're trying to tell with the medium, and whether that's a 360 camera, whether that's VR, whether that's AR, whatever those mediums are. It's particularly, obviously, 360 and VR. It's the story every single time.
Of course, yeah.
Story tells.
Yeah. Ties into innovation talk, right? Like maybe innovation chat with there's this medium, there's the this old medium or like old way of doing things. So how does that transform into this one? Does it transform, or like how does the content itself transform so that it, you know, like we're talking about now, a film in VR. So like all interesting explorations, I think here, which ties into all the innovation talks that we were having.
Coming down to human empathy. What are you? Who is this for? What are you creating this for? Who is this for? How will they experience it? How are they going to tell their friends about it? I mean, you know, kind of overlapping into the experience of the year. You know, again, all of our entire conversation, this hour building up into the award show, live in Rotterdam. You know, it is about you know, the art of virtual reality and, you know, the tools and techniques and the stories that we're telling here too.
The craft seemed to have evolved in the last, 7 years now, something like that, since 2015. We've seen the craft sort of develop with this space. It's really encouraging to see just the sheer number of companies and ideas that are being not just put out there, but being recognized in all these categories. I was talking to a friend of mine who I worked with prior to my work in VR. I used to direct and write for television, and you know, in the 2D video format.
Old school.
Old school. I mean, I still do, but you know, I do a lot of VR now. But he was a DOP that I worked with back in those days, and we just caught up recently. And he hasn't played much with VR, but he was asking me, how do you guide the viewer's eye? And my instant response was, well, with color and light is kind of how I do it. You know, saturate some bits, light it, and sound. Yeah. So then he was like, oh, just like film then. I was like, not exactly like film, but you're using some of the founding tools. And what you're seeing with, certainly this year, what really stuck out to me is that there's the language of the immersive formats. The vocabulary is starting to get established in a very interesting way. Not to say that there's a formula, not at all, but there are some building blocks that go into a successful VR narrative that you know, I'm sure you deal with this every day.
Yes.
Making immersive films. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really powerful.
I think it's really interesting when you have like a linear story in VR, because like you're saying, it's like how do you take the viewer on the place you want to go when they can look anywhere, and maybe you can use that to your advantage as well in certain parts of the story. It's like, okay, now's the place to explore the open world part of it, whatever. It's like, yeah, everyone's kind of figuring that out. And I think the other point, obviously, the film is a completely different kind of industry in itself, but like just really broadly, I think we're seeing a generation who have been watching short form content very quickly, and I can see that people are beginning, not quite yet, but to get sick of it really.
Are they actually watching anything?
Well, yeah, not to put like a blanket. Obviously, you can make great short form content, but like I do think there's an overall kind of big macro trend of like actually rather than scrolling, flicking so much, and for marketing for companies as well, the fact that you can take someone into an immersive world where you're not interrupted in that way and you're not skipping through things. I think we will see a shift to that, and that's great for brands if they do it right, because you can spend 20, 30 minutes in a world or an experience versus you've got 2 seconds before to get your message across. Like it's an interesting shift, I think, generally.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad you mentioned audio, because so many people forget about you're creating your experience, your film, your marketing campaign, and you're forgetting about audio. And it's if anyone knows me, anyone that knows me, and if you don't, I'm the spatial audio mega nerd. And the sixth off or die? What was the t-shirt? I expect you to make it. You're a designer also, Rafi. Very multi-talented Rafi Mazam here.
It wasn't as dramatic as sixth off or die. Sixth off or go home.
We're cavaliers in this industry.
She took it to the next level, yeah.
Sixth off or die.
Sixth off or just politely go home.
Yes.
Sleep it off.
It's not
Revisit
like
the next
the
day.
Shag Mary threw off a cliff, like sixth off. Or, no,
so British.
The point is, especially in the early days of VR, and my experience too, in 2015, working on The Voice of the BBC, making the first ever VR experiences with 7 GoPros plastic strapped to a helmet on my head, but letting audio lead, because there's music experiences, and like where can you give those cues, and where can you utilize those cues, and what gets me super excited about these experiences, and again, there's so many more great things that are out there that didn't even make these short lists. So there's a world within these nominees and the winners that are going to happen tonight, and then beyond that there too. So, kind of looking into like the content creator of the year. Now, this is another great, well-established category at the AIXR 7th International VR Awards. Say that 10 times fast at home. I'll give you $1. Or a T-shirt that says "Sixth off or die." This is one of my favorite categories, because this is definitely having enabling. This is like enabling fans of content, enabling fans of the tech, and it's the community. And this is where you really see this community come to life. Like, are there any kind of content creators, as you are a content creator yourself, Luke?
Yeah, I mean, there's loads on that list, and it's just nice to see it grow generally. It's like an important pillar of the industry now, which maybe it wouldn't have been years ago. And it's it's like a good signal, isn't it? You see that grow. It's like more people want to do it because there's so much content to talk about now, and their numbers are going up. Lots of people watching it, and there's a range on there. There's some really helpful introductory kind of, obviously, like tech review and unboxing style stuff. There's some more experimental stuff. We were talking about there's a lot of gaming content naturally, and that is like the biggest entertainment industry in the world. But there's probably a big opportunity for some of these other elements we've talked about, more niche categories. I think when like a new industry starts, it starts quite broad, and then you start to see these niche creators pop up in a certain niche. So I think it's very interesting.
So for example, sorry to interrupt you, but maybe for example, the content creator could be exploring, reviewing cinematic filmmaking.
Right. Of films in VR.
The Jonathan Ross of Immersive.
What did you smell today?
Immersive
totally.
Films,
Yeah. We need
I also think, if I think back to when the Rift S came out and the first the first Meta Quest came out, there was still a large community of animators and designers who were exploring VR as a creative medium and as a utility. animators in the app Quill, for example, and Medium that then became Adobe Modeler. I'm hoping as those tools and Blender, I'm hoping as these tools mature and have more meaningful, immersive tools, we're going to see creators share their creative process and create, not just gaming, but how they go about using VR tools to make VR games.
Yeah, I think this obviously isn't an AI conversation, but it's all part of the same sort of immersive future, and a lot of that can help drive the VR industry. I think in terms of creating 3D content and stuff, we're starting to see those layers come down of how to create, at least basic content in those worlds, and these tools help people. And I think that's going to be a cool moment when it gets a lot easier to create your own,
avatars and virtual worlds.
Yeah,
and
it's
metaverses.
happening.
Tutorials are some of the biggest numbers rolling in there too.
I watch them all the time.
Mm.
Honestly, some of these creators they've been like the bloodlines of the VR industry for the past 10 years, because they go in, they're informative, they tell us, anything we need to know. There is someone with a channel that can help us and inform us.
On the technology side as well, right? So
Exactly.
Yeah.
All parts, creative, everything. The community.
I was just
totally
going to you about that.
Yeah.
This is where it is quite and I even like to nerd out and watch what is that, with the new software that's coming out with Unity or NVIDIA or Unreal, any of these, anyone's, and even the smaller software companies what are.
Exactly. And content creators, I think, play a huge part in this, evangelizing the developments, the new things, to the creators or aspiring creators or the existing creators. Two sides of it. This is the technology side, and the other side, when you mentioned the reviewing the work. I think anything that helps people recognize and distinguish, good things and not bad, but less good things, mediocre things perhaps.
Bad actors.
That
drives the entire entire industry forward.
I think we're going to see a really big explosion suddenly, an explosion of content creators when generative tech merges with immersive tech. So you could be in your VR headset.
Who's going to be a real person or not?
Well, you're going to be generating entire worlds just by speaking, and as you're describing the world you want to see, it comes up in front of you immersively. That's going to be worth recording and sharing.
Exactly, and maybe there's. Sorry, you fit it.
No, that's Star Trek holodeck, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think that's a whole another panel. Maybe catch us at VR Days for that one too. But maybe there's going to be one day a spin-off award show just the content creators, divvied up into those categories and those themes and those genres. And things
one thing that's happening a lot in Asia that isn't here is virtual influencers.
Totally.
Exposure of that.
Totally.
I mean, it is here, but that'll be interesting.
Let's unpack that one, right? Okay. Beer? No, okay. We're time for the award show. But like we said tonight, guys, the stories that we've been diving into tonight really represent just a teeny tiny fraction of VR's potential to revolutionize narrative. And every single nominee has really pushed the boundaries further, which is why they're on our list tonight. So it's proving that virtual reality does reign supreme in our imagination and beyond. So we're going to step away for just a tiny little moment. Stay close, keep your comments coming in. We're going to be right back to honor the remarkable accomplishments of these VR trailblazers. So hashtag VRA23 at VR Awards. Here we come, and here we go. See you shortly.
Welcome to the 6th edition of the VR Awards.
Oh my god, I am shaking and my voice is like quaking. I did not expect this at all.
These kind of awards are really important to us. It's kind of pushing our mission forward.
VR is more than entertainment. It can become something that really creates a quality of life.
National VR Awards, live in Rotterdam, the Netherlands, and we are moments away from the ceremony where the energy is going to skyrocket. The VR community has been brought together, and we're united to applaud this year's phenomenal achievements. So we're going to keep the buzz going online. Keep those comments coming in. Keep those selfies coming in. Shoot over your last-minute predictions and your favorite moments on the live stream. I don't know if we have a prize for the best comment, but I think we should. But we're going to light up the Twitter XR sphere, hashtag VRA23. Get your final shout-outs. Stay hooked. Stay tuned. Everything you want to do in between at VR Awards for all the exhilarating updates as it happens live. I'm ramping up the excitement more than I've ever ramped up anything in my entire life before. So. But now we're going to picture this. Picture this. Right. Take it down a notch. Take it down. We're about to unveil the winners. The innovators who have crafted our virtual worlds. The disruptors who have shaped our reality and our virtual reality. And the dreamers who've aimed for the stars in VR. So we're going to have a little look at this last little section of our categories for the AIXR International 7th VR Awards. And these are the VR Lifetime Achievement Award, the VR Hardware, and also the VR Game of the Year Award. They are all up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen. They're all up for grabs, and now's the time to kind of like, now we're getting nervous, because the award show is going to happen like any second now too. So Lifetime Achievement Awards. So Marwan Kruger. This is, again, when we see these Lifetime Achievement Awards, these are like our Yodas in the industry. He's been doing this for decades. You know, we know that. Has anyone kind of explored his work to date? And if you haven't, that's okay.
I know of him. Yeah, obviously, his work dates back, I think, to 60s, 70s even.
Yes.
I think he coined the term like artificial reality, and a lot of the tech that's developed has been from that era and that beginning. So yeah, clearly a ridiculously well-deserving person in this whole space. So yeah, it's well due, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there anyone else that you guys look up to in the industry that you? Besides me, of course. I'm here.
I was just thinking how nice it is that we've got to the stage in VR where we have a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Yes!
Where we've got someone who's been doing it for a few decades. And I definitely fell in love with immersive work in the early work of Nani de la Peña's stuff.
Of course, the godmother.
Back in the day, godmother, totally, of VR in kind of 2010. Really early adoption of telephone audio that she'd recorded in Iraq, and then visuals, and that was more journalistic, and now has gone on a whole journey with how we could have used that in factual storytelling. But yeah, early was that, and yeah, it's great to have a Lifetime Achievement Award to be able to celebrate this.
Absolutely. Yeah. Any mentors in your
in the artist and creative space, I would say there's a very talented artist called Goro Fujita who should get an award for his daily quillustrations. Like, he hasn't stopped creating a new short animated piece using Quill, which is a software that he helped create back when he was part of Meta. And despite all the ups and downs of the VR industry of the past 7 years, there he is creating this stuff day in and day out. It's not a Lifetime Achievement Award, but those sorts of things should really be recognized in an industry, because all those artists, whatever they do, they're just showing you their process or what they've done that day. But if you see enough of those, it suddenly makes you go, why? I I should have a go at that. It's an inspiring thing to see it day in and day out. And going back to Myron Kruger, 81 years old, right? Amazing to get that kind of recognition for what is still a nascent and cutting edge industry. And, this guy didn't set out to think, oh, I'll get an award for
in
this in 2023. It was pure passion. 50, 60 years ago, Pioneer, just his passion and curiosity drove him to do that.
We should all want that.
Yeah, right?
56 years. Let's meet in Rotterdam. We're expecting our award.
Some non-existent industry should give me an award for my pure passion and perseverance. But the fact that he was out there doing that in, back then is really encouraging. Again, it's about a creator doing what they do. But if we see and witness that, it might inspire us to go, why I should try doing that too, just because of what it could eventually lead to. Not necessarily the award, but all the countless innovations that come up afterwards, people observing what you were doing with your passion.
I mean, he was driven by passion, but without the bleeps and the buzzes and the WhatsApp and the Teams and
what you're saying is you had it easy because you didn't have distractions?
Yeah. He's not a loser, he's a winner. He's a winner.
Imagine having conversations how many people must have been like, this will never work. Like, you get that now still.
An instant messenger application.
Yeah, I respect the dedication and the hustle.
When the CV1 came out, there were still loads of naysayers going, this VR thing will never take off.
Yeah.
And we only need to look at the scores of, just look at the dozens of companies right now being nominated for, new hardware that they've got in the market just in this year alone, from headsets to haptic gloves. It shows that there's investment in this space that, Myron didn't have any of those indicators back when he was, chipping away.
All those things have happened as a result. We've built this on the shoulders of people like him. And I think actually to just take a moment and tip our cap and bow to kind of being the only person in the room who has a vision, and nobody else is on board yet, but you're going to pursue it anyway, and that is incredible.
I think we're sitting here together, we all have a bit of spirit of that. I think everyone watching at home and fans of the AIXR International 7th and the 1st and the 2nd and the 3rd, and we do this because we love it, and we know that like if we can put our passion into something, then a fan will, or a consumer will, or did you have any mentors that you were going to mention? Or any idols?
Well, no. Coming from an
engineering
background, the people that I look up is more software engineers, like
the folks hanging up at the IET, probably.
Yeah. So, not really in this space, but I think it's everyone covered the same thing, I suppose. Like it's important to have this recognition and have this. People that we already recognize, the people that we need to, or we look up to. That's how like you mentioned, inspiration, and that's what I think personally. What I think is the most important thing. Like people will want to come here and be creators and builders, and that's know that they're going to be recognized, and that's the feeling that we all seek.
Absolutely, and it's important for you to understand that we can never do our jobs without the software. Also.
Yeah.
Mostly, so thank you. Yes. So thank you for that too. I know, Rafi, you mentioned the hardware element side of things. So this is another category, again, that's so important that these awards mostly would not exist without the hardware. But we do want to just caveat, that is more than just an HMD, more than just a head-mounted display. We've got some haptics in there. We've got some suit-related items, and we know that this, especially in wearables, and how we are experiencing this space. In the last hour, you've heard us talk about multi-sensory. You've heard us talk about anything happening on location, or even multiplayer gameplay and the narrative and how we are telling these stories. How important is this category?
I think, I'll jump in.
Yes.
I think this category is very important because, going back to, I always have this recurring thought in my head, and that's what is VR? And VR is something about taking people to another place, right? So a place that they are not currently in, and a place that's hard to get to. And the more elements that we can incorporate from that place, the better. So now we can immediately think of incorporating visuals and audio. That's easy, that's done. But now the sensory feelings, right? So the more elaborately we can describe that place that we're taking the user to, the higher the immersion, right? So this is all about that. I mean, not all about that, but like the mostly like the haptics part of it. There's a, I think, device that's like a full body suit that gives you the sensory of like all around your skin. So this goes into the immersion that is about taking the user somewhere else.
It's part of the journey. It's part
exactly.
of the story.
There's more points of connection for us as creators to play with and pull the levers with, but for someone who's participating from an audience perspective, it's just, hopefully it removes any last elements of friction that would take you out of the experience, right? Funny thing about when you watch a movie, because you already know it's there, it's a 2D image, all the empathy lines, we understand that. We've been watching movies for hundreds of years, right? Or 100 years. So we connect.
How old are you?
Older than Myron. So the connection that you have there, you kind of understand the rules. But as soon as you're immersed in the scene, in VR, suddenly you've got all these other expectations, and every one of those that isn't fulfilled or addressed in some way potentially is a block for your empathy. Do you find that with your filmmaking? If you were to compare traditional filmmaking, that's what I found, traditional filmmaking to my journey as a filmmaker to a VR maker.
Yeah, definitely, because if you can put the person in that first-person perspective, it's so powerful. And then the next level of that is we can see it, we can hear it, as you say, but now we can really feel it. And it's not
literally.
It's not tricky. Yeah, totally. It's not tricking the brain. It's giving the brain more information, and to try and build that level of immersion that you were talking about. And it's just really exciting where this new hardware is going to take us. The level of visuals that are coming out in some of the new headsets, the bodysuits. I mean, I'm really excited in terms of, because controllers for us are brilliant because we need kind of haptics and we need that feedback, particularly in our games around the cinematic visuals. You need that response. And so some of the technology, obviously with the gloves, is really exciting where that's going as well.
I heard an interesting account actually from Artur Saichov, who's the creator of Somnium Space, and Somnium VR1 is one of the hardware headsets, but he was talking about, he has a virtual world that's built for VR. It also incorporates kind of Web3 and some of those elements, whether you like that or not, that side of it. But the point of the story is that you can incorporate haptics in the world, and obviously 3D spatial audio and visuals. But the haptics are tied to the randomized weather in the world, so you can feel the raindrops on your body. And he said that without any kind of smell sense in the world, if you trick your visuals and your audio and your haptic sense of touch, he swore that he could smell the rain in that world because you'd simulated enough that your brain fills in the gaps. And I thought that was a really interesting story. Like, I
love that story. But when he was developing, whoever's developing that, do you think they were thinking, oh my God, no one's going to believe me, or no one's going to get this or anything? They're just more going back to persevering and, and again, it's a little bit of an engineer's motto, like, if it doesn't work, break it, put it back together. And I think that's what that part of, that side of things is about too. I mean, kind of morphing into game of the year, again, everything we've been talking about in the last hour, we're all these things are connected between the tools and techniques, the empathy, thinking about that, the end results, what do you want to make somebody feel? And gaming, of course, we know is such a huge, huge vertical within virtual reality. Again, this is a category where nominees could probably be like about 100 of them, 100 nominees, and also different genres of the gaming. Is it one person, is it two person, is it like an escape room, is it discovery, is it, again, is it more haptics integrated? What's exciting us about this category? I might go to you last as a grand finale as our game maker in this space, but I mean, I'll start with you. No, come on, Shiv, come on.
Let's do it.
Yeah, come on.
What's really exciting to me, I, again, own bias. We create games with cinematic visuals, so I'm really excited about
Don't be biased, own it, girl.
Okay. I think the fact that we get to step into game worlds and they are the realism, the software is providing us now with, ray tracing, all kinds of software that's providing these really beautiful environments, that's really exciting because you do get to merge those two worlds. And I think a lot of games we're finding now, and just traditionally as well, games can be as satisfying, because I think that's a really important term here, is like games should feel satisfying in whether that's visually, audio, competency, where you play something and you feel like a competent human. And it could be as, you know, the early Pac-Man, where you get to eat something up and it feels good because you're competent in that skill.
Live in constant fear by being chased by a ghost.
Well, I mean, that too, and that is a relevant fear. Right. And I think now we're getting into a space where we can create really intricate games that speak to humans on different levels. Yeah. And I think that's really powerful.
But that's got to be like ultra exciting for somebody like you
Totally.
creating in this space, where once upon a time you're having some narrative and interaction design and lay out some storyboards, and now it is, you know, like a lot more opportunities to make somebody feel something.
Totally,
bringing
it all together, and beautiful in games as well as kind of the kind of actors and talent that are coming through and performing on those games. So
yes,
you know.
and actors specializing in motion capture and specializing in, you know, what are you seeing in your areas?
I was thinking of what Shiv said, and you know, like you mentioned competency and like how it ties to all of our other categories as well, like education. I think that in one of, among nominees, there's a company who does an escape room, like, and you mentioned escape room thing, like so like coming together. It's a game, but it's also education. It's also, you know, like something that is used to increase competency in the users. So I find this fascinating, because like this medium providing us with all of these capabilities, this ability to have fun, but also maybe that's how humans work as well, right? Like as you know, like in the childhood we learn by playing games, and then that's why like it's no surprise that these all of these things are connected to each other. But yeah, I find it exciting and fascinating.
It's a bit of the Maslow hierarchy of needs and kind of psychology. That's part of the satisfaction and, you know, feeling something and diving into it. You know,
the physicality that's baked into a VR game that is worth making in VR. I feel like is bringing back the feeling of arcade game design that kind of went away with consoles. With consoles, you went for very long narratives because people spent more time playing the game because they were playing at home, and there wasn't the pressure of, you know, putting in another coin to keep playing the game, a quarter or a coin. So you see games like Samba de Amigo, for example, which is a music rhythm-based game finding a new home in VR. And like Beat Saber, it's about a quick 2-3 minute session where you're very physically active and you get that, you talk about competency, but you get like a reward for your effort, satisfaction, and then you jump into another track or have another go, or maybe you're done, you've got your fix. So that's one element of the physicality that kind of is giving a rebirth to those old model of arcade game designs where it's just in short bursts, but you don't have to keep paying to play. And then the Ghostbusters thing that we talked about before, for people who love that movie or that series of movies, there's a slight wish fulfillment of like, you know, what does it feel like to be a Ghostbuster? The physicality of
marshmallow people.
And that's a satisfying. And am I competent at catching the ghosts and all that with this thing? And I think as the haptics and the gloves and all that, you know, get better, those game experiences will only get richer with the visuals getting better for the right choice. With Samba de Amigo, you don't want ray tracing and, you know, high-end realistic visuals. You just want the cartoon environment. But with something like Ghostbusters, that'd be pretty dope. You know, you get to see Slimer show up like, you know, it is in the film.
Yeah, it's such a broad category, obviously, of so many different genres, but then also VR-specific games that stand on their own 2 feet, that only work and should only work in VR versus VR mods of like big PC games. And horror is obviously it's such an amazing category. I think there's 2 games at least nominated across all of it. Like you could dive into any one of those things and explain why VR is awesome. But even like there's a game on Roblox, I mentioned it's come to VR recently, where it's like you play on PC as one character, but if you're playing in VR, you have, I forget the name of it, but I think it's called hands or something. You have giant hands and you can basically mess with the normal characters. Well, just like throwing them around and stuff. And you're like, okay, well, this is almost like a new genre of like multi-platform gaming where VR is involved. And it's just like, sorry about the beginning of all this stuff.
It's like an asymmetrical gameplay, right? Where someone's in sort of goddess mode where they can influence things. There was an experience a few years ago that had an element like that. I forget what it's called. I think it was called 1111, where there was a countdown to the end of a planet, and one of the characters could play a goddess that could manipulate the world. Yeah.
So it's these kind of things that give us lots of food for thought. Obviously, gaming has a massive influence on all of our lives across the decades and beyond, and design and everything like that too. So thank you guys. That wraps up our last section. So the atmosphere is getting super tense out in Rotterdam right now, this very second, at the AIXR 7th International VR Awards ceremony stage, and it's electric with anticipation. And if you've never been to one before, I encourage you to be there and go. And this conversation, of course, continues on our YouTube channels and the Twitters. So our panelists here, I'm sure, will be ducking in to help answer any additional questions. But any moment now, we're going to go live to the stage to kick off. So we're going to take a moment to give one more huge round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much, Bashir, and thank you, Shiv. Thank you, Rafi. Thank you, Luke. And with a heartfelt gratitude, I now bring this pre-show to a close, sending out a huge thanks once again to our panelists, to our studio here, and your insights have been amazing to pave the way and really ramp up the celebration, embodying the spirit and the pioneering spirit of virtual reality. Again, a huge thanks to our studio here, Flux Innovation Lounge, home of the new, powered by EngageWorks. Thank you so much for enabling today's show to become possible and give us this amazing space. We're super duper grateful, and we're super cozy here at the Innovation Flux Lounge. I might not leave. No, I have to. Got to be at the award show. We're on the cusp of the excitement. AIXR 7th International VR Awards. We're about to lift off. The anticipation is palpable. We're moments away from celebrating the best individuals and teams who have excelled this year. So we want you to, again, just to kind of keep those comments coming in, keep that hashtag live, gear up to stay up and stay tuned for all the big reveals and the champions, and hopefully this conversation's been super helpful for you. So we're going to jump from the pre-show straight to the ceremony, not just transitioning scenes, we're leaping into the epicenter of VR's best and the brightest. So step into the spotlight with the stars of the VR world. The future is unfolding, and we're so happy to have you with us, witnessing everything. Thank you so much again. Thanks for joining me. Thank you again to our esteemed panel. My name's been Mookie Callahan, your host tonight, and enjoy every second of the ceremony. Good luck to all the nominees, and we'll see you in Rotterdam.
Myland, you might know me as AIXR.
And I'm Skiva.
And your voice is being broadcast through this room.
It is, so is yours.
And I guess it is. Awesome. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the pre-show. Skiva and I are here. We are Between Realities. You're looking at Between Realities right here. Skiva and I, we do a podcast, and it's the best podcast, so go check it out. But right now, we are in Rotterdam in the Netherlands. It's just past 9 p.m., I think, so probably different from where a lot of people are viewing the show from today, but we are excited to be here. We are in the room where the ceremony is going to be taking place, and as we speak, hundreds of VR industry professionals are filing into the room, and the seats are starting to be filled, and the energy is starting to get lifted up a little bit in here, so it's exciting times.
Man, there's so many legends in this room, just so many people that have done so much and given so much of their lives to make this industry what it is. And it's just great to be here, man.
It really is, dude. And I got to be honest, this is great. You know, like, I didn't know that I was going to be here riffing with my buddy before the VR Awards happened, but, you know, we had the opportunity. We're here to introduce the show and kind of get things up and running, so nobody else I'd rather have here with me, man.
Oh, thanks, man.
Of course.
Thanks. This is awesome.
Yeah, so
what a great night. Everything is beautiful, so well done. Everything is so carefully orchestrated. So much love went into the show, you can tell. It's really awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no lack of love in the VR space, man. Like, truly one of the most passionate groups of people that must exist on the planet, right? Like, are there people who like stuff more than VR people like VR?
I've never seen it. I've never seen it. VR people are passionate. They saw the magic, you know, and they're in it 100%.
Yeah.
So many of these people, this industry didn't even exist a decade ago, really, right? And everyone just changed their lives to do something that was so special. So.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, this is your first VR Awards experience.
Live and in person, yes it is.
Nice.
Yes.
So, I mean, I've been busy. I'm like, you know, behind the scenes, kind of running around and doing stuff, but you were out there experiencing the red carpet. You know, you had the dinner. What was happening out there before the ceremony started?
Oh, it's great. So, you know, there's a mixer beforehand where we were, you know, everyone was hanging out and getting to talk about why they're here and how excited they were. We all get filed into a really nice dinner. The food was amazing.
Dude,
The company was incredible. And it was just beautiful. It was really just well done. Everyone is happy, excited to be here, and just eager to share everything VR. So
amazing. Yep. Who did you see out there? Who's walking around in the crowd tonight?
Oh wow! I mean, we got people from Dreams Studios. We have Combat Waffle Studios at Ghost of Tabor. You know, we have Andromeda Entertainment, Impact Reality. We have, I mean, there is no shortage of epic people here.
Nice. So are there any categories that you are more excited to hear the outcome of? You know, what are you stoked for?
Well, you know, I'm a gamer, as you know, so are you.
Yes.
So I'm really excited about the Game of the Year, the VR Game of the Year. That's probably the one I'm most excited about. Obviously, you know, maybe Rising VR Company of the Year is a good one. But there's so many really cool categories here tonight, and the best of the best are all in this room.
Amen. And dude, like, I gotta give it to you, man. Shout out to Impact Reality. You guys are, Skiva here is co-founder of Impact Reality, a marketing and PR firm in the VR space, and it's been an amazing year for you guys. What was it like getting the message saying, guess what, you're a finalist for a VR award?
It's always unreal. Whenever you're recognized by your peers for doing good work, you know, it's always just unreal. And I'm super happy to be here with everyone, and I'm happy to just be a part of, you know, all of these people that are out here just trying to crush it every day.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, like we were saying, like, you'd be hard pressed to find a more enthusiastic and passionate group of people. So, you know, to be in the same room with all these people who are making such huge strides and like just making like milestone achievements happen for the VR industry every year, like, I feel super lucky to be here and be a part of this and to be involved in the production of the thing, especially, you know, like, there's nowhere else I'd rather be.
Yeah. I feel you. And I got to tell you, this is my first time in the Netherlands. What a beautiful country this is.
I forgot you haven't been here before.
Yeah, I mean, Amsterdam is obviously amazing. Everyone knows Amsterdam, but we're in Rotterdam right now. And what an amazing city. You know, it's a little cold, but it's absolutely beautiful. The people here are really nice. I mean, they couldn't have hosted this in a better place.
It is awesome, you know, and it's kind of interesting because you mentioned Amsterdam. Like, if you're not from here, you wouldn't know this, but there's like a little bit of like friendly rivalry between Amsterdam and Rotterdam. And I really do feel like Rotterdam is more of the like, if like a tech professional was going to live in the Netherlands, this would be where they are, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so there's VR game studios here in the Netherlands. And I believe the majority of the larger ones are in Rotterdam. There are some studios as well in Amsterdam. But yeah, there's a lot of tech here. Yeah. I'm really surprised. It's great. It's a beautiful city.
So the VR Awards takes place during a separate event called Immersive Tech Week, which is a 3-day VR conference basically that takes place here in the same venue as the VR Awards ceremony. Did you have a chance to check out anything at Immersive Tech Week? What did you see while you were walking around?
So it was an interesting show. It's a really diverse show. A lot of the shows we go to focus a lot on games and things like that, but this show kind of covers everything. There's video games, VR games specifically. There's enterprise, industrial, you know, there's education and training. There's VR film. So it really covers like this massive gambit of everything virtual reality and all of the places that this tech is being used now, as opposed to just video games. So
I heard
great.
some whispers that it kind of seemed like there was like a little bit more of an emphasis on like B2B and enterprise versus like consumer. Did you?
Yeah, oh, definitely. This is definitely more of a business show. You know, I don't know that this is something that just a gamer would necessarily want to come to, but you know, we're all in here to do you know, VR for business. So this is where it's at. It's really, really nice, and the venue is you know, different and interesting, and it's not just a big hall with where there's booths set up. It's kind of, the booths are all over the place, multiple floors. There's all kinds of cool talks happening.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and you know, to the point you're making about Immersive Tech Week, like that's one of the beautiful things about the VR Awards. It's like not about any specific use case or any specific niche within the industry. It really is here to recognize the full spectrum of the contributions that are being made in the VR industry at large.
Yeah, 100%. And it's not even just VR, it's also AR. Right? So we have so many different types of tech when it comes to spatial computing, even like digital twins and metaverse stuff. So there's all kinds of ways that spatial computing is affecting the entire world, every industry. And it's really, really cool to see and talk to all these people.
So, hypothetical, I open up that envelope, Impact Reality wins it. All right, what would that mean to you if you guys took home a VR award?
Look, it obviously means a ton to be named as the best of something, or like to be recognized in any way. But you know, we stand here over this balcony and we see all these amazing people down here, and every one of these people have really like made it their life mission to do something and do it really well, and to bring this industry to where it is today and far beyond. So whether we win it or not, I am stoked to be here. I mean, of course, would I love to walk away with that? I absolutely
It would be cool.
You know, but you a photographer taking our picture down there?
This is what happens, you know. That's what happens when you're like us, you know. Stop for a quick photo. Back to it.
Oh man, this place is so cool. Like, look at this place. I don't know what they can see on the live stream, but they've done a really good job with the lighting in here, the cameras, the set on the stage. It just looks like it's going to be a really good show.
In a few moments, we will be going into tonight's opening entertainment, which I cannot wait for everyone to experience. I hope you guys are ready for something really cool, because I have a feeling that the 7th International VR Awards might be the best to date. Just a prediction. If I had to guess, I would say this is going to be the VR Awards show to beat after we're done here.
I bet. I mean, every year this whole industry gets better and cooler, and more amazing people are in here. So it would be weird if it went the other way. I mean, plus we got AIXR hosting the thing. I mean, it's just a recipe for awesome.
How could it possibly go wrong? It just couldn't, you know? It's no big deal. Anxiety levels rising slowly. But, you know, I'm really excited to be here and to be able to host this, you know? Like, obviously, you know that you and I spend a lot of time talking into microphones, you know, doing podcasts and contributing to the VR space wherever we can, because we're not the geniuses that make this stuff, but we appreciate it and love it enough, so we're going to be here to do whatever we want. But this is a unique type of speaking to a microphone, so I'm excited to be a part of it and, you know, get out there and do something a little bit different, you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's great. You're going to get to hand an award to some of the best people in this industry, the people that have really done everything they can to push this whole industry forward. And man, that's just going to be a really rewarding night.
Yeah, it's like a reward for me. Like, it's like I get an award just by being able to be a part of it. So listen, everybody in the audience right now is switching their phones to silent, and we are going to hand it off to start off tonight's opening entertainment. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you soon as the VR Awards start to go live.
See you later.
White. A blank canvas. Anything you imagine can be built. A castle made of cheese, sure. An anime-style fairy godmother, why not? I can build it. Yes. I can build it. I can build it, I can build it. I can build the things in my mind. A grain of sand, a tool, a poem. Is there anything I can't divine? Never wasting a single second stuck between inspire and invent. Look, I made a happy, healthy once in a lifetime, then do it again. And then, and then. You can build it, you can build it. You can build the answers you seek. Every fact, every ability is finally within your reach. Never wasting a single worry, wondering if you're making something new. Whoever makes it fast and first will get to tell the rest of us what's true. And then, we can build it, we can build it. We can build a better world where knowledge is equal for everyone to command. Make human history obsolete. History is obsolete. History can't be built without understanding. I can create it. I can control it. A copy of a world that's ours to define. There'll be no more sickness, no suffering, no nothing. The thoughts never die. Who can build it? Who can build it? Who can build it? Should they build it? Can I? Let's see what we've made. Well, we've gathered the best immersive minds in the world, and this is what we've come up with. I see. All right, who created this? Is this chocolate with horses? Obviously, it's a unicorn chocolate fountain. And what was your inspiration here?
I'm Belgian, so I like chocolate.
All right, and where did the unicorn come from?
Magic.
From where? From magic? Indeed, magic. All right, well, let's feature this over here. And who inspired this lovely elephant over here?
Well, you need an elephant in the room, though.
You love elephants and you need an elephant in the room, I see. All right, so is the elephant more or less magical than the chocolate unicorn? It's more magical, you don't know. It is more magical, we are certain of this. So are we getting rid of the elephant or the unicorn? Oh, we have to make choices? My goodness. All who want the elephant, raise your hand.
Elephant.
Oh, some strong elephant energy. And the chocolate unicorn. Oh my goodness. You all had dessert, right? That occurred? All right, excellent. So the elephant is out, away we go. Chocolate unicorn is in, excellent. And what is this mushroom? This seems proprietary. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. This is a live stream. We're just gonna get this out for content moderation. All right. Oh, wow, I've disappointed everyone right at the top of the show. This is the way to do it right here. Some booze. Alex, you've got your work cut out for you. I've really primed them. Let's take a step back and see what we've made here. Yes, you see, these things we create are not really yours or mine. And the only thing we can't generate is time. But we've got tonight, so at least that's a start. Forget what you know, it's time for the show. It's the state of the heart. Anything you imagine can be built. So why not build something real?
Please welcome the Chief Executive of AIXR, Daniel Coliani.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. Every year, I always prepare something to say, and then I come out on stage and I completely forget what I'm going to say. That's the way to do it. Look, when we first started the awards, this was in a time before virtual reality, augmented reality, this entire world was coming to the fruition that we see today and is shown by the people that's in this room. So much so that I remember someone came up on stage and was like, I didn't even know why we have a VR awards. And now we sit here today, and there's so many amazing faces, all dressed up very beautifully, I must say. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who has put in so much hard work to be here and to be making the incredible projects that they have been submitting to the awards over the last 7 years. Thank you. Each year, we also design a theme around the awards. I think it's safe to say that AI has been a really big buzzword for our industry and for tech in general. But we decided to create a performance as well that inspired creativity through virtual reality and through artificial intelligence. And I'm really glad that many of you in this room were able to create things that were actually shown on screen. For those that are watching on the live stream, you wouldn't have seen all the amazing things that people were submitting, and they were actually shown as part of the project. And last year, our industry really had the focus on entering the metaverse. But interestingly enough, I can't really think about what next year is going to bring at this stage, given the fact that our entire industry is moving incredibly fast, that every single day we look at this, there's a new thing that's happening, there's a new project that's submitted, and it's thanks to the innovators in the room, people like you. It's incredible because what we're starting to see today is incredibly human. I always like to say that as part of this is that virtual reality in a weird way brings us closer to being together, closer to being human, closer to an interface where we can actually interact with people in this world in a way that we're actually built to, which is in a 3D environment. And we're currently shaping this next wave of what we currently call the internet, whether you want to call it a buzzword like metaverse or you want to call it anything else in this space. We're shaping this together. And the worlds of AI and the worlds of these other dimensions of XR, they're starting to collide, which is why we founded AIXR as a way to be able to bring people together to be in a very human way, just like all of the people in this room and the projects that you are making. I also don't want to forget the amazing people that help us to bring together this awards and what we do here. We work with incredibly talented people like Brendan Bradley. One more round of applause for that amazing performance, by the way. Thank you. We have amazing AIXR members that are in this room today. Give us a loud whoop as well. There we go. I can see a few of you. And of course, as well, we are hosting the VR Awards here at Immersive Tech Week, which is why I'd also like to invite Benjamin DeWitt from the VR Days Foundation to say a few words as well.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Rotterdam. How are you feeling tonight? Are you a bit psyched for the VR Awards? All right, all right. Welcome in Rotterdam. Welcome in the most beautiful city of the Netherlands. Rotterdam and De Doelen here. I hope that you will have an amazing time tonight at the VR Awards. And we here at Immersive Tech Week are very proud to host this wonderful event. So I wish you all a wonderful night. I want to thank you, Daniel, for organizing for the second time this wonderful event here in Rotterdam. A warm applause for Daniel, yes, and to his whole team. And have an amazing night. You all are already winners because you're nominees for these amazing awards. And a warm round of applause for all of you. And have fun tonight. All right.
Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you. So I might as well make you guys clap again. Look, tonight I want to hear you guys cheer. No, when I said I want to hear you guys cheer. I want to hear you guys clap louder than you've ever clapped before. There we go. And I want to make sure that we celebrate the pioneers and the innovators in this room. So thank you, everyone. Enjoy the 7th International VR Awards.
Pong. In 1972, Pong was born, and with it, a new dawn of interactive entertainment. A single pixel bouncing between paddles. These pixels ignited our imaginations and paved the way for a digital revolution. These pixels and adventures were the seeds of what is to come. From pixels to immersive worlds. We witnessed the power of human creativity. And now, virtual reality takes us further. Today, we celebrate the legacy of digital media and the boundless potential of VR, where humanity and technology converge to shape new horizons. Together, we'll continue to redefine what's possible. Welcome to the 7th International VR Awards, brought to you by AIXR.
Please welcome your host from Between Realities, Alex VR Myland.
Hello.
Yeah! Hello, everyone. Hello and welcome to the 7th International VR Awards brought to you by AIXR. My name is Alex Myland. That's how you pronounce that, by the way. Alex Myland, you might know me as Alex VR, and I am so excited. It's a true honor to be your host and MC for tonight's event. Whether you are here in Rotterdam with us right now, all dressed up, looking amazing, or you're joining us via the live stream being broadcast across the globe on YouTube, I'm so happy that you're here to take part in this and join in this amazing, spectacular evening, recognizing all of the hard work and contributions of these people who have really helped make the dream of VR come true for all of us. Now, as co-host of the Between Realities VR podcast, that is right. Like and subscribe. As co-host of the Between Realities VR podcast, I really do feel like I have had a rare opportunity to really get an inside look at this amazing community of people who have created and supported this technology that has really brought us all together tonight. And in the hundreds of interviews that I've done with VR industry professionals and VR enthusiasts, there really is one thing that every single one of them has in common, besides a deep adoration for yours truly, and that is passion for VR. Passion, like, for real. Passion is what drives this entire community. It is why we are here tonight. It is certainly not for the money, because we'd probably be rich by now. But, you know, it is what it is. By the way, am I being paid for this? Does anybody know? Are you getting paid? I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, it's not often that a technology comes along that defines a generation and enables the future and occasionally has us punching our walls in our homes. But here we are, and I'm so excited. Which, by the way, it does seem like the age of mixed reality is really like aiming to solve that, you know? Like, MR is a big thing right now, and I'll be honest, I was a little bit skeptical at first. I was like, not sure if MR was the thing for me, but now that I've seen it like on these new headsets, like the Quest 3 with the full color pass-through, I get it. And I really do think that it's going to make VR much easier for people to get into and a hell of a lot safer for everybody too. Which kind of like makes me wonder, is anybody else nostalgic for VR injuries already? I really do feel like those are gonna be behind us soon, you know? It's getting safer and better. But anyway, while it is about passion, tonight's about progress too, you know? Like, cell phones and TVs have come so far since they've become household items, and VR, by comparison, is growing exponentially. You know, it's already being used to educate and entertain us and connect us in new and truly profound ways, and sometimes in erotic adult ways, too. You should check that out if you haven't. The people in this room tonight, you guys, are responsible for making VR more relevant, more useful, and more accessible than it was just a year ago. And while we have a long way to go and a lot of unrealistic and borderline ludicrous expectations to meet, I do know that everyone in this room tonight is playing their part in improving the landscape of the VR world for the better and helping to redefine what it means to have an experience, as together we usher in this new era of the metaverse, or spatial computing, or whatever you want to call it. The awards tonight are being presented to finalists that are chosen from over hundreds of candidates by an expert panel of over 70 judges from the far corners of the VR industry. Keep in mind, the nomination period did end in July, so anything that has come out post-July, you can look forward to as next year's finalist. If you are watching this from home right now, do me a favor and please light up that live chat with a million flame emojis. And if you are here in this room right now, please make some noise because it is time for the 7th International VR Awards. Let's go! That is right. Yes. Yes. We have a really good category to get things started off tonight. When I think of VR for good, I can't help but think about the medical and mental health professionals out there who are finding new, incredible ways to leverage VR to improve our lives. I think we can all picture that person in the white lab coat in the lab, like with the headset on, using VR to prepare for an upcoming procedure. We just all hope that they're not in Surgeon Simulator VR, because if you know, you know. But that's not the only way that VR can be used to help us live longer and healthier lives. Here are the finalists for VR Healthcare Solution of the Year.
VR Healthcare Solution of the Year. Care VR. Safe Patient Handling VR. OSO Academy. Time is Brain Experience. Beyond Connect.
And the winner of VR Healthcare Solution of the Year is OSO Academy, OSO VR. Congrats. Take this, take a photo here. Maybe you should. You got room for this? Very good.
Hi, I'm John Curtis, a developer on the platform team at Also VR. Thank you to the Academy. We are so honored to receive this award. VR continues to make a powerful impact in healthcare, as you can see from the incredible work of all our fellow nominees. With this technology, we are making a difference to the lives of people around the world every day. If you don't know Also VR, we are a surgical training and assessment platform, and this award is a testament to the talent and hard work of our amazing team. Thanks for supporting our mission.
Absolutely. Congratulations. For many of us, putting the headset on makes us feel like a kid again, especially for the first time. I don't think I will ever forget that first time VR experience. And it's like suddenly anything is possible, and it really opens up our minds to new ideas and new possibilities, right? It's that feeling that I do think makes VR such a potent tool for learning. You know, it allows us to be fully present when we're training in a new skill in a way that is very, very difficult to make happen otherwise. Not to mention, it's a lot harder to fall asleep during class when you're being yeeted through the universe at 1,000,000 miles an hour like the Magic School Bus. Here are the finalists for VR Education and Training Solution of the Year.
VR Education and Training Solution of the Year. Varta. The Broken Mile VR Training for Fiber Optic Network Solutions. Technical Service Employee Training. HGXR X10 Dead Reality Training and Simulation. VR Cleanroom Training Simulator. Certifier VR. FARP Receipt and Dispatch. Blueprint Reading VR. Forum VR Mission Blue. Escape EDU. ChatGPT Conversational AI and VR Soft Skills Training. VR Piano Application.
And the winner of VR Education and Training Solution of the Year, Certifier VR by NORCAT. you. You are. Congratulations. Of course. Oh, let's take a photo. Good.
Well, wow. We'd like to thank the Academy again for nominating us and giving us the award. You know, we're a small northern-based Ontario company, small team with a big mission to do the best that we can in health and safety. And this says it all right here. Again, thank you.
Thanks to everybody at AIXR. It's fantastic to be here again. I gotta say thanks to the studio, everybody that helped us out. And if Ian, you're watching, you're carrying this thing for the next 5 years, so enjoy. And yeah, just thanks to my wife for putting up with me sitting at the computer 24/7. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
She has a box for you right over here.
There's no turning back now. Or so the saying goes. You've come too far on this journey. A million moments of calm and chaos. Of triumph and heartbreak. It all led you to this. But when the fear within threatens to consume you, it's the real heroes who do turn back. To see the ones who stand behind them. Who give them the strength to achieve the impossible.
How's it going? Off to a good start? Very good. Shout out to everybody in internet land. If you're watching the live stream, we appreciate you. Hashtag VRA23 if you want to make some posts out there. Make sure you use the hashtag. Always use the flame emojis. Thanks for being with us. I gotta say, it's a beautiful thing when technology is every bit as useful as it is cool. You know, we are lucky in that way with virtual reality. It's one of the coolest things ever to exist, yet its usefulness, that is right, it literally is, yet its usefulness seems to grow every year right alongside how awesome it's getting. And nowhere in the industry is this more apparent, its usefulness, than in the enterprise sector. There are companies and organizations that are leveraging VR in new and exciting ways and effective ways, most importantly, and it's projects like these that are making it all possible. Here are the finalists for VR Enterprise Solution of the Year.
VR Enterprise Solution of the Year. Maestro EP. OpenReach Innovation Hub. ACJ 220 Configurator. Revelate XR. RP1. VRgineers Portable Trainer.
And the winner of VR Enterprise Solution of the Year is OpenReach Innovation Hub by Digital Knots and OpenReach.
That's for you, my good sir. That's for you. Yeah, you take that.
We got a photo here. Everybody in the photo? Get in.
There you are, brother. Congratulations.
Massive thank you to everybody at the AIXR team. Honestly, this is phenomenal. But more importantly, from my perspective, a big thank you to everybody in our team. This is everybody that makes up Digital Knots right here. So for us, thank you so much. So for us, this is just such an honor. And truly, the competition was fantastic. And yeah, really shocking. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Hey, great job, dude. Congratulations. She has a box for you guys over here, okay? Yep. I think that it's safe to say that we'd all like to make the world a better place, right? It's easy to say like that. Much easier said than done. And it's one thing to have noble aspirations and another to take action and make a difference. Thoughts and prayers and likes and heart emojis don't always get the job done. And there are some people out there who are making some significant change. Here to present the AIXR Social Impact Award, please help me in welcoming to the stage Andrea Balistreri.
Please welcome AIXR Chief of Operations, Andrea Balistreri.
All right. Thank you very much, Alex. I really appreciate it. You're on fire tonight. It's great. And good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at the 7th International VR Awards. So first of all, thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us. It is great to see so many friendly faces from partners, members, and friends here tonight. I'm really honored to be presenting the AIXR Social Impact Award this year because this award is a recognition as well as a testament of how VR creates a meaningful change. All these great finalists, I think it's safe to say that they all started with an idea. We can tell that ideas shape our beliefs influence our actions, and it's ultimately our actions that forge the reality that we all live in. Our finalists have shown us that the only thing as limited as VR is very likely our potential to make a difference. So without further ado, people get ready to be inspired. Here are the finalists of the AIXR Social Impact Award.
The AIXR Social Impact Award. Kiki Turek, Arctic at Risk. Body of Mine. Lifeguard VR. Spectra Cities. MLK, now is the time.
Alrighty. And the winner is MLK, Now is the Time by Time Studios, Fly School Studio, and MetaVR for Good. Congratulations, guys.
So a little bit of a head fake. I'm Ryan Douglas.
Yen Wang.
And we're with Deepwell. And Deepwell is really close friends with Flight School. They couldn't be here, so we're going to hop up and read a little something from Ryan Hartzell and the crew. On behalf of the team at Time Studios, Meta, and Flight School, thank you, members of the AIXR, for recognition of this project. This commitment to drive awareness around inequities and continue to persist in a society. I know these people, they do this for real. They felt every bit of that, and if you got in that experience, and if you were there and you watched Dr. King make a presentation, then you had to get in a car and be accosted, for someone like me, it was a moment of understanding that was really pivotal. So these guys earned this, and I know they're grateful. Thank you.
Let's take a picture. There we go. Guys, this is for you as well. Thank you. And you can get a box there.
The exit is blocked.
Oh no! It's so...
We're the fighters. We won't stop, won't quit no matter the cost. We keep keeping on. We're the dreamers. We push through the darkness with all that we've got. We keep keeping on. But oh mama, we've made it to the other side singing. Oh mama, oh mama.
Hey, got the bone. Next stop, the space station mainframe.
Hold your head up, this is our time. Hold your head up, this is our time. Together we'll rise, step into the light. We are born to come alive. Hold your head up, this is our time. This is our
Could we just, real quick? Just one of these. Yeah, thank you. I'm a big fan, so I appreciate the selfie. All right. Besides being really cool, VR is also one of the most inspiring technologies to ever exist for us to use. I mean, it changed my life, right? The second I put the headset on, my life completely changed, and I have not looked back. And I know I'm not the only one. You know, a lot of you in this room right now and a lot of you watching from home know exactly what I'm talking about. And if you don't, then I don't know why you're watching this. you must know. Some of you even dropped everything that you were doing and started VR companies. And the rest of us just got really good at VR mini golf. You guys started companies. And this year's finalists honestly prove that if there's a will, there's a way, and they're here to make an impact on the industry. Here are the finalists for Rising VR Company of the Year.
Rising VR Company of the Year. Andromeda Entertainment. Deepwell DTX. Delta Reality, Flipside XR, Impact Reality XR, Cumotic Studios, Petrichor, Purple Yonder, RP1, Soundscape, Screedo Studio, The Meta Movie,
And the winner of Rising VR Company of the Year is The Meta Movie. Thank you, dear. Hello. It's for you. It's for you. Where's our photo? There he is. Come on. Congrats, brother.
Okay, I just want to thank everybody at the VR Awards and AIXR. There are so many great people in this category. It's very hard. Like, I just feel like all of you guys are so good. Skiva, man. We are a very, very small company. We are a very, very small company, and we are not like making money even. We are just trying to put a flag down and say that live ticketed theatrical performance can exist in VR. You know, one day there will be Broadway and opera and concerts in VR. It's barely happening. It's so hard to get out there. We're just happy when somebody says they've heard of us. And honestly, most of that recognition, I have to say, in the last year or so, is because of my Chief Marketing Officer, Annabelle Paulino. You know that marketing is so difficult and so important. And when you're small and you have no marketing budget, you have to just beg for everything. And when I brought on Annabelle, she changed everything for us. She made us recognize, she got us out there. She's not just doing social media, she's doing outreach, she's partnerships, one-on-one. She's getting in your DMs, asking you if you'll buy a ticket. Annabelle, I just want you to say just a few words, because I'm so proud of you.
Would you like to Unbelievable. I can't believe we won this category. There's so many great companies here. It's insane, but it has been an honor for me to be a part of the Meta Movie team, the company, the community. It's just, it feels so good. Thank you, AIXR. Thank you, Ryan Schultz. Thank you, Kent Bai. Thank you, Andy Fidel. Thank you so many to everyone who has ever supported us. Marketing is quite difficult, but if you can reach people and make them understand what your story is, what your message is, what you're all about, it is possible to get people to come and buy a ticket and enjoy some immersive theater, because that's who we are. And again, thank you so much.
Take your box. This is good stuff. So we've now seen what can happen when that seed of passion and inspiration gets planted and starts to sprout something beautiful. But it's what happens next that really can be truly remarkable. Efforts are being made right now by some of the most brilliant people on this planet that are shaping the future of VR technology and everything that it touches. There are some companies out there that are able to rise above all of the many challenges that we experience in this industry, like learning how to drink coffee with a headset on. And they're delivering products and services that are truly setting a new standard for what virtual reality even means. These are the finalists for Outstanding VR Company of the Year.
Outstanding VR Company of the Year. Avanti's Education. Borderless. Fundamental VR. Inner Space GmbH. Inner Space VR. Norcat. Sensorium. Soul Assembly. Virtualware. VRgineers. Dreams.
And the winner of Outstanding VR Company of the Year, Dreams. Yeah, there it is. This is yours as well. Can we take a photo? Congratulations.
Wow. So I'm Jake, the content scout at Dreams. The only guy they've sent. I've been there like a year. I've been center speech. It's a huge honor to be up here, like accepting this on behalf of the incredible team at Dreams and all the partners we're working with and developers we're working with, without whom this wouldn't be possible. Yeah, this is incredible. Thank you very much.
Anyone here have a terrible first VR experience? Yes. Depending on what it was, it could have been enough to set you back years from the medium. I think we've all seen those like mall kiosk machines like the chair in the middle of the mall with the headset on it that I know are at least partially responsible for a lot of people thinking VR sucks and like setting this terrible standard as to like where we are with the technology. All that to say, first impressions are really, really important. And for a lot of people, location-based experiences are their very first opportunity to try anything related to virtual reality. That said, location-based VR can be the very best VR. And it is important now to recognize and appreciate the people who are ensuring that the general public has access to the very best that VR has to offer. Here are the finalists for Location-Based Experience of the Year.
VR Location-Based Entertainment of the Year. Non-player character. In Pursuit of Repetitive Beats. Horizon of Kung Fu. Aki's Market. Ghostbusters VR Academy. VR Ride Shaven England. Isle of Trials Curse of the Fire God. Nano Clash Focus. D-Day. Zero Latency Gen 3.
And the winner of VR Location-Based Entertainment of the Year, In Pursuit of Repetitive Beats, East City Films. Yeah, there it is, of course. Yeah, you can have this one. That's for you.
Thank you very much.
There you are. Take a photo.
Oh, Friday.
Excellent, congratulations.
Thank you very much. I guess I'll speak. Shall I speak? Yeah, I got the mic. I want to say thank you very much to the jury and everyone involved with In Pursuit of Repetitive Beats, in particular the BFI, who funded it, and the Coventry City of Culture, and all the people that worked on it. It was a big team that worked on it, All Seeing Eye, all the guys from East City Films, obviously Ashley, who's the producer, and Dan Tucker, who's the exec producer. And it's a really great experience. We're touring it still. It's really about authenticity. It's about like those adventures that you take when you're young, when you go out and you meet the people that you want to have those nights out with. It's about rave music, and it's a lot of fun. So, you know, please try it. Do you want to say anything?
You said it all there, Darren, but look, we're really surprised that we won, and we're so, so pleased. I mean, it's incredible. All of the stuff we've seen tonight looks amazing. We're kind of different. So imagine what Darren just said and just think, you know, what the hell is this? Come and check it out. We're really, really, really proud to have won. Thank you, AIXR, and thank you all. All right.
Congratulations. All right, shut up. Our next finalists have done the impossible, and they've created ads that we don't want to skip, if you can believe that. Advertisers, marketers, and promoters are constantly looking for new ways to broaden their audience and engage their audience. And it's especially interesting when VR becomes the focal point of that campaign and really allows the audience to get a brand new perspective on the product or the service that really only VR can provide. The winner of the next award has placed a particular focus on the originality and creativity of their message. Here are the finalists for VR Marketing Campaign of the Year.
VR Marketing Campaign of the Year. Tokyo Game Show VR 2022. Swarco Virtual Meta City. VR Communicator. Qverse. Ego World of Lights.
And the winner of VR Marketing Campaign of the Year, Tokyo Game Show VR 2022 by Dentsu and Amber.
So actually, I'm not a member of the Tokyo Game Show VR. So I'm just friends. So since they were unable to attend this ceremony, but I'm a very good friend of theirs in my home country, Japan. So I make comments. I leave the comments for them. So in fact, I work for a different company called My Dears, and we were nominated for 2 categories. So this category and VR Game of the Year. So it is very frustrating for me. Very frustrating for me. Yes. So, but I'm very happy for them to receive the awards. So I leave the comments so on behalf of theirs. So good evening, estimated judges and industry peers. So it's a privilege to stand here on behalf of the creators behind Tokyo Game Show VR. Though they can't be here today, but they've entrusted me to express their gratitude as they received the awards. VR Marketing Campaign of the Year. So Tokyo Game Show VR has redefined virtual exhibitions and showcased the true potential of VR in connecting brands with audiences. This award celebrates not only their innovative marketing approach, but the boundless creativity of the VR community at large. So the Tokyo Game Show VR team sends their heartfelt gratitude and hopes their endeavor serves as inspiration for even greater achievement in the realm of VR. Thank you.
Yeah. Good job, man. This is for you. And let's take a, no, we're doing it. We're doing it. Hey! Yeah. And then let's take this box for you, okay? He has my vote for host of this show next year. Just kidding, you have to pry it from me, dude. I love you. Thank you. Cruising right along. Everyone loves movies. Simple, right? They take us on impossible journeys and allow us to feel emotions like we're right there with the characters. It can be an actually, truly like a visceral experience watching a movie, and that's just done with a single screen. You know, when you add VR, changes things a little bit. You know, VR has this unique ability to trigger empathy in us, and it's done by fully immersing us into something that's so convincing, you really feel like you're experiencing it firsthand, making you the hero, villain, or awkward bystander in every story. Here are the finalists for VR Film of the Year.
VR Film of the Year. Space Explorers, Spacewalkers Extended. A Night in Another World. Wonder of Life. Vila Ventorum. Behind the Dish. Reimagined Volume 2, Mahal.
And the winner of VR Film of the Year, Space Explorers Spacewalkers Extended by Felix and Paul Studios. I got you.
So they were not able to be there today, but they're from Quebec. I'm from Quebec, so I'm receiving the award on their behalf. So they're deeply honored to accept this this award. Thanks VR Awards and AIXR. I think their work, their film, is really a work of art, and it shows the power of immersive VR. So thanks all to contributing to this VR industry, and I think we're shaping together the future of storytelling. Thank you.
Yeah. That, take this, take a photo here. Over here. So, it's not going to be long before AI is tapping into our biometrics, harvesting our subconscious, and creating procedurally generated immersive content that is specific to exactly what we want in any given moment in real time. Nothing scary about that. No, it's fine. But until then, these are the people that we have to thank for bringing us worthwhile and thought-provoking reasons to put the headset on time and time again. Here are the finalists for VR Experience of the Year.
VR Experience of the Year. Evolver. The Tarot Experience VR. Broken Spectre. Camping Mind. Locker Room. Soundscape. Sanctum. Modules. Quantum Bar.
And the winner of VR Experience of the Year, Broken Spectre, Games by Stitch. There it is.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It's nice, isn't it?
Wow.
You are. Congratulations. Let's take a photo.
Yeah.
Very good.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Thank you. Thank you to the jury for looking through just an incredibly diverse range of experiences. I don't know how so many incredible projects were in this category. That's hence my surprise. I gotta thank who paid for it. It's the Canada Media Fund, Ontario Creates, the National NSERC, and all of them really showed a lot of bravery for this beautiful and sometimes devastating story. There are dozens and dozens and dozens of people that I really do need to thank, but what unites them all is that at some point during this project, they fought for something. They fought for an idea that they wanted to add, and together, all of them made it what it is, and truly is incredible. Thank you so much for this honor. Congratulations.
Hashtag VRA23, flame emojis, and a bunch of noise in here. How's it going, everybody? You doing all right? I hope you're enjoying yourselves. I'm having fun. It's a pretty good time. One does not become a VR content creator by choice. It is a compulsion that drives some of us to share the thing that we love and shout it from the rooftops of the internet. Making VR videos is kind of hard and kind of complicated work, and if you've never tried to do it, you'll just have to take my word for it when I say that these people make it look easy. And while we are lucky to have such talent and skill among our VR content creator friends, it really is their infectious love for this technology and commitment to its community that makes every single one of them so deserving of this award. Here are the finalists for VR Content Creator of the Year.
VR Content Creator of the Year. Beardo Benjo. BMF VR. Cass and Cherry VR. Get Hit. Mateo 311. Nathan. Macy. The VR Show. Thrill Seeker. The Mystical. Tyriel Wood. VR Oasis.
And the winner, VR Content Creator of the Year, is Beardo Benjo.
Hello there, VR Awards. Thank you so much for nominating me as one of your Content Creators of the Year 2023. I truly don't believe I stand a chance of winning this award. But if you're seeing this video, then the impossible has happened, everything's gone bonkers, and I have actually won this award, which is crazy. And in that instance, there are a few people I would like to thank. Firstly, thank you to everyone who voted for me. It means the world to me that you would take the time to vote for me as your favorite content creator or the one most worthy of winning this award when so many other amazing content creators were also nominated. Secondly, thank you to everyone who watches my content. Even if you're someone who's only ever watched a couple of seconds of my content, that still means the world to me. Thank you so much. And thirdly, and mostly, thank you to every single person who works in the VR industry. From the solo bedroom indie developers to the huge development studios, publishers, community managers, QA testers, everyone making VR products right now, thank you more than anyone for doing what you do, because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here making this content, because there would be nothing for me to be that passionate and excited about. VR is amazing because you're making amazing content, and I truly believe that it will continue to get bigger and better as the years go on. So keep doing what you're doing. I know VR as a niche within the gaming market is hard. I understand that, but you're doing amazing work. As long as you're here making amazing VR products, I'm gonna be here shouting about it, trying to push VR as far as it can go. Once again, thank you to everyone who voted for me. This is unreal. I love you all. Take care. Peace.
Something that I like to say is that the R in VR and AR and MR, that R is really not to be taken lightly, right? That R stands for reality. It's important, you know? This reality that we're experiencing right now is a shared sensory perception experience. It's the culmination of what our eyes, nose, mouth, senses, all of it just tells us about our surroundings. I am constantly blown away by what VR technology is capable of today. By hijacking our sensory perception organs, the geniuses that have made this stuff have convinced us that these experiences and feelings that we're having in VR aren't just virtual, they are real. Every year, it's companies like these that are bringing us the devices that enable our imaginations to become increasingly more tangible. Here are the finalists for VR Hardware of the Year.
VR Hardware of the Year. Skinetic. Maestro EP. Video Production Treadmill. Vive XR Elite. MetaQuest Pro. Pico 4 headset. Somnium VR1. PlayStation VR2.
All right. And the winner for VR Hardware of the Year, PlayStation VR 2 by Sony Interactive Entertainment. Gina? For you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Devin McCarthy, a senior producer at Gorilla, who, along with Firesprite Games, developed Horizon Call of the Mountain for the PlayStation VR 2. We got firsthand experience in working with this amazing, innovative, groundbreaking headset, and simply want to say thank you to the VR Awards, to AIXR, for this wonderful honor as we accept this on behalf of Sony Interactive Entertainment. Thank you.
Nick, watch out!
Keep moving forward.
Stay undercover. Use your parkour skills. If you want to survive, think like your enemy. Strike from the shadows.
Well, that's not how I imagined work at Sky Chase. Every day brings a new discovery.
This district is swarming with drones. Can you handle them?
Won't lie. Sometimes it's enjoyable. Even though it's not an easy job. And you get creative at Sky Chase. All the time.
So, you've chosen death.
Just another day at work.
If I were to ask those of you in the room or even at home who the pioneers of modern technology are, there's a few names that I'm willing to bet just about everybody could come up with. But I will not be mentioning those names tonight. Because the reality is, while some people absolutely become majorly famous for their contributions to technology, we really are standing on the shoulders of hundreds, if not thousands of pioneers that dedicated their careers to pushing how far we can go with what's available to us. The VR Lifetime Achievement Award exists to honor the unsung heroes of the technology that has specifically contributed directly to the conception of VR as we know it today. This year's recipient is responsible for creating some of the very first human-computer interfaces that existed of artwork, and giving people really their first taste of presence while interacting with virtual environments in 1969. It's crazy. By the mid-70s, his Video Place project was allowing someone's silhouette to be projected onto a wall while they are entirely enveloping that silhouette with an artificial reality, and a remote user is interacting with them with a mouse cursor on the screen. This is the mid-70s, right? Before this was happening in real time, and before this, it was unprecedented. There was no type of interaction that existed like this before the Video Place project came along. It has paved the way for the embodied interactions that we are experiencing today, and it is my great honor to present the VR Lifetime Achievement Award this year to Mr. Myron Kruger.
I want to thank AIXR for this award and briefly describe my work. 1966, I went to grad school at the University of Wisconsin with the intent of shaping the encounter between humans and machines. To this end, I conceived a number of experiments to investigate how people might want to interact and invited the public to participate. In 1970, visitors to the University Art Gallery saw their life-size video images projected in front of them on a giant screen. Computer graphics were superimposed on their live images, and my hope was the visitors would interact with those graphics. Controlling the graphics, making this a telecommunication experience. It created a virtual space in which we were together, that I dubbed Video Place and defined as an artificial reality in which the laws of cause and effect were composed by the artist. Visitors willingly cooperated with the illusion that the graphic objects were real and expected their images could affect them. They played virtual volleyball, frolicked with a graphic creature, or discovered that they could draw with their fingertips. In 1982, a revival was published by Edison Wesley as artificial reality. It introduced the concept of VR, the tech required, as well as myriad implications and applications. The Video Place system described in the book, comprising real-time computer vision and handmade computer graphics, was demonstrated at SIGGRAPH 85 and Chi 86. Video Place and the Video Desk, which was its tabletop incarnation, were both used for practical applications as well as aesthetic expression. Among these were history maps for blind people with disabled, and the Video Desk, which could be used to operate traditional 2D and 3D applications with the added benefit of having multi-point control. The system was also used to control. I don't know if my work triggered what happened, or merely anticipated what was going to happen anyway, but I did enjoy myself. Again, I am honored to receive this award and want to acknowledge the contributions of Katrin Henriksen, who worked with me for 15 years. Thank you.
Myron Kruger, the real deal. It's the final category. Can you believe it? Did it go by fast for you guys? Felt kind of fast for me. But time flies when you're having fun. So we are here, the final category, and for many of us, it was a VR game that showed us the possibilities and potential of virtual reality. I know I will never forget the first time I played a VR game. There is something absolutely magical of that realization that you are inside of the game world. And in an instant, I saw the future unfold in front of me. Not to mention, it turns out it's kind of fun to go on a murderous rampage in a game like Blade and Sorcery. So, who knew? But seriously, VR games are a labor of love. They truly are. And the good ones are critical to the adoption of this technology that we've been celebrating together all night long. I take great pride in helping to recognize some of the best efforts that are made in VR gaming in this past year. Here are the finalists for VR Game of the Year.
VR Game of the Year. Ghosts of Tabor. The Light Brigade. Peaky Blinders, The King's Ransom. Dyschronia, Chronos Alternate. Call of the Sea VR. Among Us VR. Before Your Eyes. The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners Chapter 2. Horizon, Call of the Mountain. No More Rainbows. Barbaria. Propagation, Paradise Hotel.
All right, our last award, the winner of VR Game of the Year, Ghosts of Tabor by Combat Waffle Studios. Nice and shiny. You're in the middle. Yeah, I'm in the middle, of course. Beautiful. For you? Thank you.
Oh my God. I can't believe it. There was... It's insane. All of those games, we were watching it, and I was just sitting there right now. I was like, we don't stand a chance. It's amazing. Thank you so much, AIXR, for having us. I would really like to thank the team. It was a lot of hard work, a lot of sleepless nights. Our CEO was there with us, so we had great leadership through it all, and we couldn't have done it without the team. I'd really like to thank our publishers as well, our publisher. And our partners. You helped us endure through the hardest of times. Couldn't have done it without you guys. And especially would really like to thank the gamers, the gaming community. We could not have done it without you guys enduring everything. I know it was rough in the beginning when we launched the game. For those that don't know, it was a little rough, and we've been doing our hardest, our best to give you the best experience, and we will deliver on that promise to continue making it better. I think Duncan has some words.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
The tutorial guy, everyone. I love it.
The tutorial guy. Sorry, I prepared something. My brain is absolutely on fire with the adrenaline, so I have to refer to this. I just want to say a few words. Scott, our CEO, he would have been here if he could have. He's been the origin, the spark, the catalyst for everything that we've achieved so far. As we accept this award, we do recognize the responsibilities that come with it. We are absolutely committed to continuing to innovate and really try and push the boundaries of what's possible, as I'm sure everybody here is. I think it's safe to say that everyone here all knows and believes in the VR's potential, VR's promise. I think we've all been inspired by it, bewitched by it, some might say. But this award is not just in recognition of Ghosts of Tabor. All of these awards, everything that's going to come, they're all very deserved celebrations of this drive that just seems to be so inherent in our growing VR community, players, creators, developers, all alike. It's a truly humbling experience, and it's just simply awesome to be a part of it. So again, a final thank you. Here's to shaping the future of VR together. Thank you all.
Congratulations. Hey, right over here. Get your, Congrats, brother. That's it. Just kidding. No. While we take a moment to invite all of our winners back up to the stage, please, I'll just take a second here to thank you all. You know, thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you for watching on the live stream, and thank you all for being a part of the VR community. I am so grateful to be not only a part of this VR community as like an enthusiast, but to be able to make contributions to the greater VR space is literally a dream come true. I sat in this audience last year and was watching this show, and I was like, that's gonna be me next year. And here it is, and it's a dream come true. And it's honestly because of all of your support and encouragement that I'm here and being a part of this, and know that the feeling is mutual and that's being reciprocated among all of us every single day that we talk about this thing that we love together. So please, everyone who's won tonight, come and join me on the stage. Let's take a final photo and put a cap on this thing. Come on. Come on.
This is video. Video, later. Okay, here. Look at him.
Tighten up. Tighten up. Tighten up. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go, everybody. Woo! Yeah! More. Yeah, more. Let's go! VR is awesome! Yeah! Very good. All right, everyone. Thank you again for being here. At this point, we will start to exit our auditorium. You can make your ways through the exit doors and follow the staff instruction to the after party, which I will see you there. Bring me a drink, please. Have a good night, everyone.
In 1972, Pong was born. And with it, a new dawn of interactive entertainment. A single pixel bouncing between paddles. These pixels ignited our imaginations and paved the way for a digital revolution. These pixels and adventures were the seeds of what is to come. From pixels to immersive worlds, we witnessed the power of human creativity. And now, virtual reality takes us further. Today, we celebrate the legacy of digital media and the boundless potential of VR, where humanity and technology converge to shape new horizons. Together, we'll continue to redefine what's possible. Welcome to the 7th International VR Awards, brought to you by AIXR.